What's good? The people's streaming again up in here. Saturday night, 7 o'clock. Took care of all my adult stuff for the day, and we got to get some checks done. I'm nowhere near BK'd. I've got green squares everywhere, but tonight I got to buckle down and do a game that's just going to take some time to push through. But first, I'm not going to be sending checks tonight. I have very few checks going out tonight. I picked one big level for Power Wash Simulator. It's worth 5 checks, and it's going to take about 3 hours. But first, we got this. Oh, we got a corner piece in our jigsaw. And then we got this stuff. Well, this is part of his doublé, it looks like. Great. And it looks like this is going to go up here, perhaps? No. Oh, right here, right there. And finally, what are we looking at here? Probably this part of your face. We don't have that much head. That's, oh, right here, mutton chop. Boom. All right. Let me get my text client on screen here. Head on into this. So, I got some more levels opened up. I got this vintage car ready to go. I've got Wallace and Gromit's vehicles ready to go. And then the big boy, the Mad Tea Party. This is a big level. It's one of my favorite levels. I've done it a few times. Usually I do it listening to an audiobook. Today we're doing it while chatting with Stream. We'll do the little cars first. So these 3 levels will send 15 checks total. Every 20% of the level is 1 check. Instead of sending checks in Pokemon, which I've got dozens and dozens to do, the Mudguard's not done nearly. Oh, this is all Mudguard. Get all up in behind here. I've got some stuff in Tunic that I don't know how to reach. I think like 4 or 5 checks. Get this out of here. We don't need this today. Get it out on the road where it belongs. But the bulk of my checks are going to be in Poke Your Mom. So after a few hours of power washing, when my hand is killing me by working this mouse back and forth. This game does have pretty good controller support, but I don't know, it just feels better on a mouse and keyboard to me. We may or may not move over to Pokemon, I don't know. I might be streaming until 3 a.m., I don't know. We live in an uncertain world in uncertain times. To get these mirrors taken care of early, because they tend to get like incidentally cleaned while you're doing the rest of the car, but then there's one speck of dust somewhere on them that you can't like visually see. You've got to get every individual piece. There is an option where you can make every single piece of the level an individual check. And that's how you can use Power Wash Simulator to bloat out to like 10,000 checks. But I don't think that's very good for the Archie. I didn't feel good about doing that. Because I think it's one thing when people keep finding like small stars for me in Kirby. I think that's one thing. Because every one of those small stars, even though I have bloated Kirby's checks out to like 900 something checks. And even though a lot of people are going to be finding small stars all over their seeds, like for one thing, mechanically, 100 small stars is a 1-up. It still gives me at least something. Oh, the back of the tire. There we go. But the other thing, like, every one of those stars represents a physical place in Kirby that I can go and check. The game didn't have to, like, invent filler items in order for those small stars to exist. And I feel the same way about coins in Mario, rupees in Zelda, bananas in Donkey Kong. I don't know if bananas are checks in Donkey Kong. You'd have to tell me. So, like, to me, that's a line that I didn't want to cross. There, the mudguard is done. Inside here is not done. Whereas Power Wash Simulator, I can set every 1% of a level to be an individual check. But, like, out in the world, in your guys's, when you guys are playing your games, you're not finding anything that, like, represents... First of all, you're not finding anything that's even theoretically useful, but you're also not finding anything that represents my progress. And I think that's fine with, like, the jigsaw puzzle. Like, the jigsaw puzzle needs filler items to function, but the jigsaw puzzle has 300 total checks. When people find a filler item for my jigsaw, it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, jigsaw, that makes sense. There's got to be filler items, and I've got a jigsaw in there too, so everybody's finding each other's jigsaw pieces. It's fine. But when you balloon that out to thousands of checks, I think it starts to be less fun. That's my opinion anyway. I don't honestly care that much. Like, if somebody wanted to... Like, Jocelyn played her Power Wash Simulator and had, like, 13,000 checks or whatever it was, and we kept finding jobs well done, like, all over the place. Like, I didn't mind, but it's not something that I wanted to do. I'm missing something somewhere. All right, we go in here. We check. Bumpers. Bumpers aren't clean? That bumper's clean. Oh, the bumper's not clean. Oh, you know what? Probably back here. Or back here. There we go. Bumper's done. Door hinges. This door hinges. That's a handle, not a hinge. Oh, wow. These are tiny. Got it. Oh, there's another one back here. Two more door hinges? How? And canopy hinges. It says I'm missing 2 door hinges, but all the door hinges are clean. This is a door hinge. There's not a door hinge on the other side. Door handle. These door hinges are clean. What other door is there? It's got to be back here, right? No, the back doesn't even open. This is all body. Oh, trunk. Well, it's a literal trunk. I don't know what door hinges you're talking about, man. The bonnet. Oh, there are door hinges up on top. See? Ah, there we go. And then this one. Wow, I didn't get those just by cleaning the body. Job complete. It's a nice looking roadster now. All right, specials. Wallace and Gromit. We got their vehicles now. I love the random DLC this game got. Like, it just got random, like, lukewarm IP. And it just gave it to us. So I got to clean 4 different vehicles. And we'll just start out here. Levels with multiple vehicles gets a little tricky sometimes, because it's hard to tell when one vehicle is totally done. Like that tire. Okay, tire's done. Let's get these other tires. Still waiting on more of this tire to come clean, huh? What other angle could it want? Good. All right. Get these mirrors on the side. Horn ornaments. I don't get pop-ups telling me when I'm sending checks. It's just every 20% of the level. When we get to the big level, it might be like a milestone, because it's going to take a long time to get 20% of that level done. I feel like one of these days I'm gonna just sit down and like binge every Wallace and Gromit thing ever. Because I always love the Wallace and Gromit that I've seen. I think it's terrific, but I've watched so little of it over the years. Ooh, these headlights and stuff aren't done. The grill's still not done. Door handle, door hinge, door itself. We're looking pretty sexy out here. Let's stomp all over the man's car. To get an angle on this ventilation fan, I might just have to jump for it. There we go. All right, bakery truck, 27% of level done. Let's get this weird plane now. Good. There's some vehicles that are too large. Like there's a giant blimp in Power Wash 2 that I wouldn't know. I couldn't. Well, I didn't include anything from Power Wash Clue, but there's like a fishing boat. There's a submarine that's massive. So I didn't include all the vehicles in my Archie. Just the ones I thought would be nice and breezy. In fact, I think they removed 2 of the DLC packs for this game. You can't, if you have the Final Fantasy VII or Tomb Raider stuff, like you can keep it, but I don't think you can buy it anymore. They just removed it. I never like when stuff like that happens with DLC. But what can you do? I can't think of any fathomable reason why you would want to remove that DLC either. They didn't ask me. My opinion was not requested. Yeah, it's annoying, and the levels were good. The Tomb Raider like obstacle course level is another one of my favorites. The Tomb Raider Museum is excellent. I love it. The like Midgar City model is really, really good. What am I missing here? The Sud Cannon Hose. I see. All right, that's a clean plane. All right, here's Wallace's battle pants. Like, I don't know why Wallace has battle pants, but God bless him, you know? Get this out of here. We don't need that. We don't need a stool. I don't know why I'm so opposed to using the stools, but for some reason, whenever I play Power Wash Simulator, I always try to clean as much as I possibly can without ever using a stool or a ladder or a hoist or anything like that. I end up like jumping around levels in dumb ways to reach stuff at weird angles when I could just place a ladder. And whenever I do end up placing a ladder, it feels like defeat. And I don't know why I feel that way. There's no earthly reason why I should care about using the ladders and stools, but I do. And I try to never use them. I also use this same water gun. There's like all different types of water guns. Like you've got this super focused one, and then this is the one I do most of the work with in the base game. And then you get like wider ones that I've never ever used. And then you get this one, this like focused one. This one is most like what an actual power washer would look like, because you get like, it's fun to use, but I only ever use, this is the like one you get for finishing the game. This is your end game prize. You get this super triple gun, which is really just 3 of the focused ones stitched together. You see what I mean? Like I could just place a ladder instead of doing ridiculous power wash parkour. Techno trousers look pretty good. This gnome is not hurting anybody out here. All right, we'll start with this wheel. And Jocelyn was saying that like she couldn't use this gun in the DLC or like the special levels, but I just, it was already equipped for me. I also noted a mod on Nexus Mods where somebody was like, you can equip, like download this mod and install it, and you can use like the triple gun in the DLC levels, but like it was just a base option for me. I don't know what's going on with that. But I guess some people can't use this gun in the DLC levels, which is very weird. I'm glad that I can, because I love it. It's really, really useful. And it's fun. Let's get this back bumper nice and clean. Okay, what do I want to do next? I guess we'll do like this mechanical arm. But yeah, I didn't like install a mod or anything. Okay, that arm is done. Let's get the rest of the side here. We got like rounded edges on this door that need to be taken care of. There we go. I mean, it wouldn't be a big deal to have to do all this with the orange gun, but like the orange gun is fine. It just takes a little bit longer. And sometimes you got to break out the red one for like really, really like focused rust and stuff. But yeah, each one of these levels is worth 5 checks, no matter how big the level is. I want this light done. I decided. And I have only put in one big level in the whole multi-world, and it got sent to me. So it is now time. A lot of this stuff, yeah, needs to come in from a couple angles because the steering wheel gets in the way. Okay, what am I missing here? Eject lever. The control panel still needs help. Oh, we got to get way down in here. You got it, buddy. There we go. All right, the scoop arm. Where does the scoop arm end? This is part of the scoop arm. This is part of the scoop arm. The other side over there is part of the scoop arm. That scoop arm is done. That scoop arm is done. Oh, the whole bottom of the snow scoop. All right, there it goes. See, under here I didn't do. We'll get up there in a minute. Bumper lights. Okay, looking pretty nice. the outside of this bowl. Then the question is, what specs did I miss and where? There are some specs inside here that I missed. Oop, over here. Snowmanatron top arm bracket. Is that you? That's a top arm bracket. Oh yeah, that's a dirty bracket, yo. That bracket has not been cleaned since the Reagan administration. Bakery truck, side door hinges. Man, I missed door hinges last time, too. Door hinges are the bane of my existence. That hinge is good. This hinge is not. This hinge is not. Bakery truck brake lights. Job complete. All right. Now the big boy. This is the only full level I put in for Tabletop Simulator. And it's filthy. This is the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. It's spread across 4 tables, and it has this giant cake tray. I think I normally start with the cake tray. Maybe I'll start on the other side this time. Yeah, we'll start on the other side with the teapots and stuff. And we'll try to pay attention to when we're coming up on 20% to see what actually gets sent out. All right. Tea party is like all these little teacups. We got to get up in all these like. Let's start small. Let's start with this plate. And the spoon sitting upon it. No matter what's happening in your life, you can always improve your situation by having a clean plate. That's a clean plate. And this spoon... That's a clean plate and spoon. You'll love to see it. What else is sitting on this table? This is a pocket watch with a chain. All right, pocket watch chain. Get that off. Okay, the chain is done. There's the pocket watch, there's the glass, and then there's the pendant. Get this out of here. Don't need this. Put this on this table for now. Get out of here. I'm trying to clean a pendant. Can't you see that? Pendant's nice and clean. Glass is nice and clean. That's a clean pocket watch right there. We're 2% of the way done with the level. Fantastic. All right, we should get these cups. stacked teacups and stacked teacup handles. So how am I going to get up there without using a ladder? Like this. There's no reason to get up here without using a ladder. Just use a ladder, Forehead. It's much easier. We got to get inside this teacup too. There's the handle done. All right, that's one teacup done up on the top. Underneath that is another stacked teacup. Which should be much of it should be already cleaned. Handle's clean. The teacup still got a way to go. Oh, there's this whole side. Oh, that's a clean teacup. This handle we should get from right here. Why do they have this many dirty teacups when there's only like 3 people at the... Who's all at the tea party? The Mad Hatter, the March Hare? Who else was there? Just use a ladder. Not going to do it. Ladders are for the weak. I just want to make sure I'm being methodical about this so I don't miss any teacups coming down. Like, yeah, this stacked teacup still got ways to go. All up in here around the... Look at this. Up here. My goodness, what are you guys putting in your teacups? Oh, I fell down again. I see where we need to go, though. We need to get up on this side. On this handle, probably. Right there. See, it's just more fun when you don't use a ladder. There, now that teacup is nice and clean. What else can I clean from this position? Okay, almost all the ones up top are good. That one's good. That one's good. Notice that cleaning the stacked teacups does not include putting them away. Like, I don't care that they're stacked haphazardly. That's not my job. I'm just here to run the power washer. That's a clean teacup. Sometimes you just kind of scrub your cursor up and down to see if there's any missed spots. All those teacups look good to me. I got to get up inside of this one. Can jump from this spoon. Like you could just hire a dishwasher, right? Clean all your teacups at once. No, you hire a tiny man with a power washer. I think people in the multi-world, in the Archie, should feel honored if one of the checks they get comes from the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. 5 lucky players in our multi-world, which might be me. I might find my own checks. That's a nice, clean stack of teacups. Nope, that one. The third one down. Excuse me. Excuse me. This one. Where? Where are you not clean? On the inside here. Got it. Now we're a nice clean stack of teacups. 6% done with this tea party. All right, let's get this completely destroyed spoon. Someone completely destroyed this spoon. Wasn't me. I'm just here to power wash it. I'm not here to fix the spoon or anything. A very merry unbirthday to you. It's been many years since I've read Through the Looking Glass. It's also been many years since I've seen the Disney version of Alice in Wonderland, which I'm sure is more famous. And I've never played American McGee's Alice, and probably never will. To my embarrassment, sitting here now, I probably could not tell you what elements of Through the Looking Glass are from the Disney film and which ones are not. Though I have read the source material. That's just how Disney-ified my brain is. There's an Alice in Wonderland level in Kingdom Hearts, isn't there? I feel like there was. I don't know. I didn't like Kingdom Hearts the one time I played it, so I didn't play any of the sequels. So if there was one, it must have been the first one. So I've got vague memories of it. Is it the first one? More like Kingdom Farts, am I right? All right, that's a nice, clean teacup situation. I got a stack of plates that need some attention. Don't unstack the plates before cleaning them either. Just clean the visible surfaces that you can see. Don't worry about all the bacteria that are sandwiched in between the plates. We don't care about any of that. Over here on the edge of the table. Oh, underneath. Yeah. We got some in-betweeny. Some underneath. We're going to squeeze in nice and close here. Yep, down there. Okay. Next, we got this thing. Cracked teacup piece. Some work to be done on this saucer. So what did they use to put this cup back? Did they use friggin' Gorilla Glue or something? I don't know if that stuff's non-toxic. You might be poisoning your guests. You got glue residue in every cup of tea you served. And then there's just the yellow table itself. So let's see if we can clean up without having to actually pick this ladder up. Sometimes you got to pick the ladder up and move it to get all the dirt underneath it, but sometimes you just leave the ladder on the table. I would love to just leave the ladder on the table. And sometimes big surfaces like this table are very finicky about specks left behind. Like if you leave a lot of little specks behind, it can add up to 1% of the total mass of the table. And one of the downsides of using this triple nozzle is that it does tend to leave specks if you go too quickly. Here, we'll get this underside here. Okay, you see these little specks left behind. Might be causing trouble for myself down the road. There we go. Yellow table is done. We are 5% away from sending one check from this table. Here, let's go ahead and move this over to the clean table where we don't need it. All right, let's take stock of what we've got. We got some spoons. We got some dice up here on the blue table. I would not choose to be any Pokemon. I like being a person. I would invalidate that choice. I just heard maniacal laughter. I'm going to start with this spoon because spoons are small, and finishing small things makes me feel accomplished. I don't know enough about most Pokemon to value one over the other. What has happened to this knife and this fork? I guess we're going to do these next. So the first Pokemon game I played Pokemon Red. I played it on stream. This is many, many years ago now, 2014 or so. Because my Twitch chat at the time, I used to stream on Twitch. I had never played a Pokemon game before. I was a little too old when Pokemon first came out to like get into it, so I didn't grow up with it with my childhood. I was already a senior in high school when Pokemon was released. So didn't grow up for it, don't have any nostalgia for it. It's not like part of the essential like Nintendo or JRPG experience for me. It just was kind of a gaming blind spot, and my Twitch chat at the time convinced me to play Pokemon Red. So that's what I'm like, if I'm going to play any of them, I want to play the original. I want to see how the series began. And at the time, there were people that were like, no, you got to play the GBA one, or you got to play the DS one. I'm like, no, I'm going to play the original. And if that doesn't grab me... And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. But man, did I troll my chat with it. I gave every stat up item. I think I caught a Jigglypuff. And I was excited to catch a Jigglypuff because it's one of the few Pokemon I actually recognized from Super Smash Brothers. And I think I gave every single stat up item in the game to that Jigglypuff. And most of my viewers were like on the same page with it. Like most of them were like in on the joke and like why it was funny. But I had a couple people in my chat at the time that were like losing their minds. I think I wasted the Master Ball too. Now, come to think of it. I don't remember the details, but I feel like I did something dumb with the Master Ball. And I made a couple of people very, very angry. Years later, after I got a Switch, I played Pokemon Shield, and I enjoyed that. And I enjoyed Pokemon Arceus, and I haven't played any of the other ones. I have a copy of Pokemon Violet in the house. It's my wife's. And I've got a copy of Let's Go Eevee, but I have not played either of those. So yeah, if a Pokemon is not featured in like Super Smash Brothers, I probably am not well aware of it. All right, any other small things on this table, on this blue table? The Pokemon I got really attached to in that red run was a Pidgeot of all things. We named it Hoots, and then Hoots became a like channel meme for a while. The game I really enjoyed was World of Final Fantasy, because I'm a big Final Fantasy fan, and that's like the Final Fantasy version of Pokemon. And I remember playing that game for the first time. I played it a couple times, but I played it for the first time, and I'm like, man, this feels so much better than Pokemon. It's crazy. Like, you actually have to think about stuff to win fights. There's more to the game than just use the enemy's weakness, although that is part of it. You get to actually build a full party of characters from your available monsters that you have. You think I didn't play Mario RPG? You think I wasn't there in, what year was it? 1994 when that game first came out? My guy, I've been around a long time. People ask me on stream sometimes when I stream Zelda games, what was your first Legend of Zelda? The first Legend of Zelda. In the 1980s, I was alive, I was there, I was playing Zelda 1. I burned all the bushes. This saucer still needs some help. Xenoblade doesn't look like my thing. I have not played a Xenoblade game. It doesn't really look like my thing. I'm not opposed to trying it. I have a Xenoblade box. Which one is it? One of them. Xenoblade Chronicles X. Because a viewer sent me their copy. What game was it now? Mario? One of the Marios. Mario 3D Land, maybe? But they're like, I'll send you my copy of the game so you can play it on stream, but I lost the box, so I'm sending it to you in a Xenoblade Chronicles box. So I've got the box over there, but I don't have the game in it. I played Xenogears. I don't know if that's the same. Was that your copy, Erixia? It might have been. I got a couple games on the shelf over there that viewers have sent me over the years because they wanted me to stream them, and sometimes it backfires because sometimes I stream a game and then I don't like it. That happened with Resident Evil 4. I don't remember what I was doing or saying, but I must have said something about Resident Evil 4, like why I didn't think it looked very good. And then somebody sent me their copy for it on GameCube. I think I played it for 10 minutes before I was done with it, and it's still sitting there. Well, because Xenoblade is an action series, right? Like, it's an action RPG, where Xenogears on the PS1, that had turn-based combat, which is more what I like out of JRPGs, usually. But I didn't play any of the Xenosaga games, either. I didn't like Resident, I don't want to tell you. I don't like shooter games like that. Shooters are not my genre. The shooter games that I enjoy are very, very few and far between. I got into the original Doom and Doom 2 last year. I started playing those, and I really enjoy those. But yeah, Resident Evil 4 did not do anything to grab me. I've had people try to get me hooked on various shooter games many times over the years. Where does this base end? Oh, it goes up the jug. Okay, I see. Oh, it's going to be this whole decorative element here, probably. Half-Life was another one. Dude, you gotta play Half-Life. You're gonna love Half-Life. You gotta play Half-Life 2. It's one of the greatest. I played it, and I'm like, yeah, it feels like a shooter. It feels fine, I guess. I got lots of people I can't be friends with because of my taste in games. I'm used to it. I still have my copy over there. I got it for GameCube. It's on my shelf. Anytime I mention having a game, I like to look at my shelf and like make sure it's still over there. Silent Hill 2 was another one. I actually played that one to completion. I finished Silent Hill 2. And I did not enjoy my time with it. People say I have an extremely, like, eclectic set of tastes. Like, my tastes are very hard to pin down. It's very hard to recommend stuff to me. I have friends that, like, just won't recommend stuff to me anymore because they're like, it's impossible to tell what you're going to like and what not. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I am what I am. See, my problem with Silent Hill was, like, the gameplay sucked. And I guess that's part of the point. Like, it's supposed to have, like, clunky controls in combat. Like, it's supposed to be scary. I'm like, okay, but the game doesn't feel good to play, so. The horror game I liked back in the day was Parasite Eve, because Parasite Eve has like JRPG combat. It's not completely turn-based, it has action elements to it, but like the game is like played and managed like a JRPG, and I enjoyed it a lot more. All right, we got the handle, we got the base. We just need to get the rest of the jug. There's the rim. I had to get my mom to buy Parasite Eve for me back in the day because it was rated M. And I think I was 17 at the time, maybe 16. Like, Mom, will you drive me to Target? You gotta buy this game for me. Amazon doesn't exist yet. I'm not old enough for this game. I had a friend who was not allowed to play the original Tomb Raider because it was rated T. He was like 13 years old. Like, this kid he was my age at the time, and like his mom didn't allow him to play anything rated T. So he got in trouble one weekend when we rented Tomb Raider and he played it and she found out. He got yelled at. Is there anything else on this blue table? Yeah, there's this stuff over here. Let's get this gramophone done. We got to get inside this gramophone. Oh, I didn't see what I sent for my 20% check. What was it? McDole's sending a bunch of stuff going out. I don't know what's been sent. I was trying to pay attention to see what the 20% check was. Scrolling up through the text tracker here. McDole's going hard on Kingdom Hearts right now. Wallace and Gromit vehicles 80. Wallace and Gromit vehicles 100. So it was after that. It was just a few minutes ago. I'm only at 23 now. I don't know, buried somewhere in all of McDole's Kingdom Hearts checks. I sent something for the 20% here. All right, I need to get into this gramophone. I can't do it like that. Can I do it from the jug, maybe? Can I get into this jug? Just use the ladder, Brickroad, that the game gives you. No. We do it like this or we don't do it. See? Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine ladder. Being very close to the thing you're cleaning with this triple gun, it's like, maybe you should switch to a different nozzle, Brickroad. Nope. This is the only nozzle that I use. I'm a stubborn power washer. I'll reposition myself 100 times before I switch nozzles once. All right, can I get up on top of the gramophone from inside the gramophone is the question. Ooh, wait a minute. There's still some more inside to do. I sure can. I sure can, bud. Okay, so back here probably is next. Oh, no. All right, can I get up on top of here from this side? Yeah, surely I can. Surely I can. We just got to kind of Skyrim our way up. Or maybe I don't need to get up there. Maybe I can... Yeah, I don't need to get up there. I might need my long reach. Attachment. No, I can get all the way up. Good. There's definitely going to be specks on this horn somewhere, though. Where does the horn end? Oh, this is all gramophone horn, all the way down to here. This whole underside is looking rotten. Oh, okay. Horn was nice. Let's get this bracket, I suppose this is. Let's get the sound box. The record. The key. And then the bass. Under here, probably? Ah, this side. All right, that's a nice looking gramophone. Next, this candlestick. We got 5 candles to clean. How am I getting up on top of here? I'm probably going to go around onto this thing. Looks like I can get a good view of the candles from this side. Can reach that far one? Yeah, we sure can. Fortunately, we have a magic power washer that doesn't destroy objects like candles. Okay, most of this is going to have to be cleaned from the bottom. Yep, well, I slipped off. No problem. Let's go around and get what we can from the bottom. What's missing from here? The capital. Okay. Let's take another crack up top. This capital's clean. That one's clean. This one needs help. This one needs help. That one's fine. Good. We're 31%, 9% till I send the next check. I need to get the rest of this capital done. I don't know what part of it still needs help. This one's done. Inside here. Good. I think it's just the top one now. Now we just need the stem. And the base. All right. Candelabra. Clean. Bent and partially melted, perhaps, but clean. Anything I can get from the floor, I will, but there's some angles up top here that aren't going to happen from there. Like these little underneathy spots. There underneath the handle, underneath the the melty bit. Okay, how are we doing? This lid and handle must be getting close. Lid's done. Handle's not. No, what's happening? Physics in this game, sometimes your feet kind of get stuck sliding along the edge of some geometry. There we go. And then you can't always jump from your standing position. Good. Got to get under this handle. It's a little awkward. Okay. This is my handle. This is my spout. There's parts of that spout I cannot get from down here. Good. There's parts of this second spout. Every teapot needs 2 spouts. Did you not know that? I'm sorry, 4 spouts. A proper British teapot. It's like an eldritch teapot. As long as you just jump and you can get stuff while you jump in the air. It's probably unsafe to jump while holding a power washer. There's probably something in the manual about not doing that. Do not jump while engaged with the power washer. You will die. Okay, and this is these legs. Good evening, Uka. %5 until I send one more check. That's a teapot and a half. Making everything nice and clean. We got one table back here done. This yellow table's already looking pretty good. Everything on the blue table's pretty good. We just got to get the table itself now. Oh, wait, what's this? There are playing cards here that aren't clean. The Queen of Hearts would be upset. All right, let's finish cleaning up the whole blue table. And let's try not to miss the 40% check. Yeah, Queen of Hearts is always upset, but like that doesn't mean you need to be the reason she's upset. Like if she's upset for no reason, I don't feel responsible for that. If she's upset because I messed up her playing card, that's like, oh, that's my bad. She's murdered 37 people, and those are my fault. Those are on me. $37%. %38. Are we going to reach 40 on the blue table? Is there 2% worth of grime on the surface of this table? I mean, it's pretty muddy over here. We don't actually know what the grime is. It's just non-specific, uncleanly material. $39. %40. What did I send? Nothing got sent. Maybe it won't send it until the end of the level, and then it'll send all 5. Well, all I have to say to that is I've got jigsaw pieces that dropped. Oh, I got multiple sets of jigsaw pieces that dropped. Okay, maybe that explains why I didn't see the 20% check go out either. Oh, looks like we have an edge here. Which means it's going to have to fit... I'm not sure where it has to fit. This is going to be part of her... Yeah, this is going to go in here. Looks like the bottom of a table. Yeah, the table he's leaning on. That's not his armor. Oh, that's somebody's face. Doesn't it look like a face, like somebody's chin and the edge of their nose and their lips? It's your face. So does that mean I can... That is. Okay, oh, that's your collar there. Back to washing. I was kind of hoping we would see the checks as I was playing the level, but I'm glad that means I didn't miss the 20% check. The 20% check won't go out until the end of the level, apparently. There's so many just little specks around. Don't begrudge me the little specks this time. Ah, good. Okay. That's a blue table, nice and complete at 41%. Let's get this out of here. We don't need that. All right, what's on the purple table? Is it just this? Oh, it's the hat. It's a top hat, a tall hat, and a base hat band. How am I going to get up onto that hat? Well, we're going to climb up the cake tray, the cake tower. We're not going to use the provided ladder. That would be ridiculous. Why would anyone use the provided ladder? In fact, from the cake tower, I got a pretty good angle on the top of the hat. Kind of doing all the hats at once, which can be dangerous. It's a good way to miss objects here and there. But when you have a precarious vantage point like this, you kind of want to take care of as much as you can from that vantage point. Can I get down in here? Ooh, it's going to be tight. It's all splashing in my face. All right, top hat rim, I think, is done on the inside. We got to get it from down below now, which means we might have to make the cake jump one more time. Top hat's done. The rim from below. Yeah, I might have to make that cake jump one more time. I'd like to just jump on that chair out there, would be good. Oh no! I have botched the cake jump. Use a ladder, Brick Road. No, not happening. In this house, ladders are an admission of failure. Nice and clean in there. I feel like we want to be there. Yep. All right. Band is not done. Shoot. Where on the band did I not get? Around the side here? Ah. I see. We jump for that? Nice. All right. Top hat. Done. Now it's time for the tall hat. Oh, is that why they call him the Hatter? Because he wears hats. Do you think Lewis Carroll would have approved of this use of his characters? I think about sometimes, like, creators from hundreds of years ago, how their stuff is interpreted nowadays, and, like, if they'd be upset. I think Tolkien would have a few choice words to say with a few of the adaptations of Lord of the Rings. I guess it's better as a creator to have your works kind of ruined after your death when you don't have to acknowledge it anymore. Imagine the daily hell that George Martin has to live in. The man has been broken. He can't write anymore. He was already the slowest writer in the industry. I wonder if, like, classical mathematicians... Because nowadays we think of the two skill sets as having a lot of overlap, right? Mathematicians and, like, programming. And I think it's possible that, like, a lot of classical, like, 19th century mathematicians would be into modern programming. But, like... I also wonder if that's, like, an overstretch. Because they are very different skill sets, after all. I'm going to get this fork clean before I finish the stack of hats. Like, there is something silly and whimsical about the idea of just power washing in general. Like, this is how we clean stuff in the 21st century. Like, which of the American founding fathers would be most upset to watch a modern, like, performance of Hamilton? This is a question I have considered before. Like, you know, there's no way Thomas Jefferson watches that and he's like, yes, I'm okay with this. Like, there's no way. Like, even Walt Disney, like, hi, Walt, this is the last 10 movies your studio has put out. What do you think? Like, he would just cry. Walt Disney would cry. Walt Disney was a man of imagination and innovation, as well as, you know, casual racism, but the idea that his movie studio that he built from nothing and kind of pioneered an entire art form The idea that all they do now is make the same movies over and over again, endlessly, like remaking the same like 5 and 6 films, at best making sequels to them. Would Walt Disney be okay with Zootopia 2? I don't know. All right. A stack of hats is nice and clean. All right, I don't want to pick up this ladder. We'll just clean around this ladder. See, I don't. It would be hard to opine about like Walt Disney's take on modern, like the modern Disney business plan, because it's not like Disney was like making fat bank while Walt was alive for a lot of his tenure. Like he was around in the 60s and 70s when the studio was kind of struggling. Oh, I got cutlery over here I didn't clean. It's not time to clean the table yet. I got cutlery to go through. Like the era of movies that Disney was putting out when Walt Disney died, I think the last theatrical release he would have been able to see would have been The Jungle Book. And that was an era of cartoons. The Jungle Book? I'm second guessing myself now, but it was around then. And that was an era of cartoons literally called the Xerox era because of how much animation Disney constantly copied and reused. Yeah, if Edward shows up, we're fine. Like, I can equip 2 Edwards just with this. Like, I'm old enough to understand that, like, Disney goes through these phases. Like, they suck right now, but they're not always gonna suck, right? Like, at some point, there will be a creative change, either in the animation industry as a whole or within Disney. It's like, at some point, that course is going to change for better or worse. It's not going to stay the way it is forever. That's true with everything. It's like people criticizing D&D because Wizards of the Coast kind of sucks right now. Yeah, they do kind of suck right now. Wizards is awful. They have no idea what they're doing with their... But that's not always going to be the case. Like, they will reach a point where somebody makes a smart decision. It's easy to get emotional about companies that make stuff like that because it's easy to forget that companies are not people. Like, there's not one person at Disney making all these decisions. There's not one person at Hasbro or Wizards that is, like, purposely making D&D bad. And Disney was not on top of their game forever. They were on top of their game through, like, the 40s and 50s. They went through a period of time in the 60s and 70s where they didn't make as much money and they weren't... Like, when my mother grew up, Disney was not a household name. She grew up in the 1970s. Like, she doesn't have fond childhood memories. She watched, like, the Disney movies airing on TV that were released in the 1950s. You've got to be my age before you grew up in an era of, like, Disney doing everything right. Banger after banger after... There's a reason they call the 1990s the Disney Renaissance. All right, this purple table's done. We just got this pink table up here. And we're only a little more than halfway done with the board because we've got the cake tower to worry about. But yeah, I think that like these things go through phases. And like the worst possible case scenario for Disney or Wizards or anyone else really is like if the company goes completely bankrupt and can't make anything else. But what happens in that case is somebody with money can acquire that company and now owns the rights to all that stuff. You know who that happened with? Atari. Atari's management right now is killing it. They're making all the right moves. They're putting out consoles that people like. They're like riding this retro game train. They know exactly what their market is. They're putting out good products that people enjoy. They're celebrating their completely weird history. Like, Atari's killing it right now. And it's because the company died and somebody with money bought it and did something with it. It's not likely that's going to happen with Disney, but like that happened with Marvel. Like Marvel was completely bankrupt. They were totally out of the game. I'm going to clean this cheese. There's no way this cheese is still edible, right? After this, like this cheese is ruined. Hey, y'all want some like soggy cheese that might taste like soap? I've heard Zootopia 2 is really good, but I haven't watched it. I thought the Lilo and Stitch remake was a crime against humanity. Like, all of their live-action remakes are terrible, but Lilo and Stitch was especially bad. Nothing about Aladdin made sense to me. Beauty and the Beast was kind of inoffensive. Like, Beauty and the Beast was kind of what you would expect. It was fine. They're making a movie about Gaston. I have no idea why. Like, of all the villains you could make a movie about, you're going to go with Gaston? Don't know. I'm not eating soggy cheese, I'll tell you that. I don't care if it survives or not. Y'all can enjoy your soggy cheese. I'm gonna pass on the soggy cheese. I tried watching that on YouTube, the pilot of Game-O-Verse. I think I watched 5 minutes of it and I was bored and I shut it off. Do I need to stick it out? Because that seems to be like the new internet thing that everybody's enjoying. I put on the pilot and after a few minutes I'm like, eh. I actually haven't been able to get into any of their other shows except Digital Circus. I don't even really know what the premise is. It looked like it was just going to be like a battle anime kind of thing with a cat girl. And like, don't get me wrong, who doesn't love a cat girl? Like, I'm not saying anything is wrong with a cat girl. But sometimes you got to stick it out with stuff like that. Like, I thought that about Harley Quinn, the Harley Quinn cartoon. When I first saw the pilot of it, I watched like 10 minutes of it, and I thought it was terrible. And then people were like, no, you got to stick it out. You gotta put in the time. And if you get to the end of like episode 2 or 3 and you still feel like that way, that's when you bail. I'm willing to stick out a couple of episodes, right? It's the anime fans who are like, yeah, you got to stick out 4 seasons of this anime, but by episode 50, it starts getting really good. By that, no. What are you talking about? I have a finite amount of time that I'm going to be alive on planet Earth, and I need to spend some of it power wash simulating. We're 59%. We don't get to see what we send until we finish the level, but we're about to send our 60% clear. See, the premise sounds interesting. Like, I don't hate that as a premise for a cartoon. I find I just have trouble getting into cartoons in general. And that's not like me being a grown-up thing, because I watched cartoons almost exclusively through the aughts. I don't need to be up here, I don't think. I think I can get all of it from down here. I mean, I don't even necessarily want a new digital circus. Like, I don't need somebody to step in and fill that void for me. I'm going to be very happy when that's done. I feel like we're getting the final episode of that, I think, next month. And I feel like they're going to give us a very satisfying final episode. I feel like a bunch of people are going to be super mad about it, and that's very funny to me. But yeah, that's not a story that I need replacing, really. Should I get up on top of this hourglass? I probably do need to be up on top of there. I can do it from this overturned gravy boat. Maybe. Maybe I can. Maybe I can't. I'm up there. I'm up there. I'm up there. I'm not up there. I'm like stuck on the edge. I'm just gliding around endlessly. Okay, we do the glide and wash. We do the glide and wash, guys. You stick your little toesies on the end of the. Oh, we made it. Okay. That's a good landing. We stuck it. I cannot believe how toxic the Digital Circus fan base is. I mean, I can believe it. It's the same as. But so many people thought that show was like gonna be Homestuck. And I feel like a lot of the fan base for Digital Circus feels like betrayed that the show didn't turn out to be like a new Homestuck, which is what they were thinking. Like, to me, it was kind of evident from the first episode. Like, these people who are, like, doing the standard fandom stuff with this show, who are, like, shipping the characters and, like, coming up with headcanon theories that they're going to be upset if they're not true. Like, it wasn't that kind of show from the outset. And then the show blew up and got super popular. And the creators kind of leaned into the reputation it had, which kind of fed into the fan base becoming more and more of that kind of fan, which in the end caused, like, the creator to have a meltdown on social media. Like, some of that wound is self-inflicted. Like, you guys leaned into having the new Homestuck fandom. You guys courted the Five Nights at Freddy's people, and that's what you got. All fandoms are terrible. You can put that on my gravestone. This hourglass should be almost clean. Some fandoms are more terrible than others. Some fandoms are pretty benign. I think some fandoms kind of have it together. And I don't know if there's like a secret sauce. I don't know if there's like anything about the content itself that creates a good versus bad fandom. Like the Game of Thrones fandom is almost perfectly fine. Because like the Game of Thrones fandom has the unifying element of never getting the next book. So the Game of Thrones fandom seems pretty healthy overall. You don't see a lot of like really toxic Game of Thrones fans destroying the internet. Mostly because we all have the shared trauma of never having the next book. And season 8 of the series. We have that as well. I feel like the Final Fantasy fandom in general is pretty good. I see some weird friction sometimes with crossover between like the general Final Fantasy fandom and the Final Fantasy XIV fandom specifically. I see this weird angst sometimes, especially on Reddit, when people make posts about the Final Fantasy series, or I'm doing artwork of all the Final Fantasy characters, and then they exclude 14 because, of course, they do. You can almost always count on like one 14 guy being like, well, why didn't you do this? Like, they have a chip on their shoulder about it, some of them. I don't know what happened to this place. I don't know what the dirt actually is. We don't ask these questions. We're just here to clean it up. We don't need to worry about anything that happened before we got here. It's not on us to bend these spoons back so they're straight. It's not on us to do anything except power the wash. Some things don't have a fandom, and I think they should. Like, I've been rereading the Brother Cadfile books lately, and not rereading. I'm reading some of the ones I hadn't read before. I've only read a couple, and I found a compilation on Audible. But as far as I can tell, like, nobody knows what Brother Cadfile is. And like, man, Brother Cadfile needs a fandom. I don't know that I need to be in it, but there's got to be someone out there who, like, is the, like, Brother Cadfile expert on all things Cadfile. There's no Kid Rad fandom? I don't even know what that is. Kid Rad. I think I'm going to do the table before I do the cake tower. That seems sensible to me. We can finish up on top of the cake tower. A Sprite comic? Oh my god. Yeah, that's back in the day. I don't read any webcomics anymore. There are webcomics that I read for years religiously, and I didn't read them. I stopped reading them one by one. They all fell out of my wheelhouse. I think the last holdout for me was Penny Arcade when I stopped reading. I didn't like make a conscious decision like, oh, I'm Penny Arcade. I realized one day like I hadn't gone back to catch up with the comics in a while, and I didn't feel like I wanted to. So I don't even know if anything's even happening in the world of webcomics anymore. I wouldn't even have any idea. I assume that like not much is happening. I assume it's not like the renaissance of the art form is long over. The one I loved for years and years and years was Gunner Craig Court. But it kind of became apparent that the guy writing it was just never going to finish it. He was just going to drag this story out forever and ever and ever. And it's like, well, this story would benefit so much from just having a good ending. And it kind of felt like we were winding down for a while. And it felt like that for like a decade. And so one day I just realized, well, I don't need to go read Garner Craig Court every single new page. I'm just going to go every like couple months and read one full chapter at a time. So I did that for a couple years. And then I went there one day and realized there were 2 complete chapters that I hadn't read. And at that point, I'm like, oh, I guess I'm not reading this anymore either. See, I didn't even get into Girl Genius for the same reason. Because I had people back in the day, they're like, if you like Gunner Craig Court, you really got to read Girl Genius. I'm like, okay, I'll give it a try. And then I read the archives. I was going through the archives, and just going through the archives, I realized, oh, this is going forever and ever and ever. So what happened with Girl Genius for me was, this was like 2010 or 11 or so. So I don't, like, whatever storyline the archives were up to at that point, I read like the 10 most recent strips. So I kind of knew where they were and what they were doing. Then I went to the archives and started reading from day one. And I went through thousands of comics over the course of a few days. Got the intense feeling that like the comic was spinning its wheels and not going anywhere. And then I got to the point in the archives where they were starting the storyline that I knew was the current storyline. And I saw at that point, there's still 400 comics between here and there. Like, he started this storyline over a year ago and we're still working on it. So I noped out of that. That was my Girl Genius experience. But I don't know, something about like the creator of Gunner Craig Court and like how his name's Tom Siddell. There's just something about like his personality and like how he carries himself. The like rare times he does public speaking and stuff, and he gave this impression that he had a story he wanted to tell, and it didn't occur to me for years and years and years and years that he was just dragging the comic out to make it go as long as possible. Like he's never going to end it on satisfying terms. You know, I need to check and see. I want to see if that comic is it still going. Yeah, as of May 15, 2026, we are still uploading new pages of Gunner Craig Court. That comic's not going anywhere, and it's so sad because it has such great world building and the characters are all excellent. And I loved watching his artwork evolve over the years, but like I felt like that comic was winding down to some kind of ending before I bought this house. before we moved in, so 2014, I had the feeling like we're on the last few chapters of Gunnerkrigg Court. We have to be. That was 2014, and we're still uploading new ones. But that's the thing, is like, I get that it's scary to start over with a new project, but I had got the impression over the years that, like, Tom had a particular story he wanted to tell, and he was using Gunnerkrigg Court to do it. And that's not apparent. He doesn't have a story he wants to tell. He just wants to have a daily webcomic that he draws. And that's great for him. I'm happy that he's found success. I think he's an amazing artist, and I think he's a great person. And the work that he's done, I have found very inspiring. It's one of the few comics where I've actually gone and bought art. Like, I've got the first 6 or 7 books of Gunnerkrigg Court on my shelf in the graphic novel. Like, it's excellent, but you don't have a story you want to tell. You just want to keep exploring the same world building and the same characters. You're doing Barney Google and Snuffy Smith is what you're doing. All right, this is a nice clean table. So 25% of this whole board is just the cake tower. You don't want to hear my opinion on Bill Watterson. I have Bill Watterson hot takes. Every conversation I've ever had about Bill Watterson has got somebody mad at me. I love Calvin and Hobbes. I was prime Calvin and Hobbes childhood. Like, that comic went out in what, 95? I was in 7th grade. So, like, I grew up reading Calvin and Hobbes. Calvin and Hobbes is one of the most amazing comics ever made. Bill Watterson's an amazing artist, but I hate his ideals about, like, I don't want to put words in his mouth because he's such a revered artist, but, like, he's got this ideal. Usually when people quote Bill Watterson, they're talking about, like, not selling out, right? That's usually what they're like. He went out at the top of his game doing what he does, and he never sold out. Okay, he never sold out. What does that mean? That means we never got more Calvin and Hobbes. We never got anybody else's interpretation of Calvin and Hobbes. We never got anything except archives. Calvin and Hobbes would have made an amazing animated series, right? We never got that. Why? Because Bill Watterson didn't want it. Fair enough, he owns the work. He can do whatever he wants with it, but he deprived the world of that because of this high ideal that he holds. Like, and I just can't get behind that. He had this ideal of, like, never letting his characters do anything with his work. Like, I own these characters, they're mine. Nobody else is ever allowed to touch them. Nobody else is ever allowed to do anything with them. Nobody else could ever properly utilize these characters. And I'm sorry, but that's not true, Bill. Like, even just sticking with comic strips. Like, imagine if Charles Schultz had said that, and we would never have gotten any of those Peanuts animated specials, right? Like, yeah, we also got MetLife commercials, but you don't have to sign off on the commercials. Just let somebody else who is as smart as you are in a different medium have a crack at the work. And by the way, it didn't work. Because you could not buy Calvin and Hobbes merchandise because he never signed off on licensing, because you could not buy, like, a t-shirt or a hat or anything with it, people just made bootleg stuff. And so for 15 years, through the mid-aughts, certainly, like, the most common Calvin and Hobbes thing you would see are those terrible decals of Calvin pissing on things. That's your legacy. Congratulations, you invented a character that everybody sees as pissing on everything. Because you didn't have any official merchandise and you didn't want to license your character, other people did it for you because they wanted it which means they got to interpret it however they want, which means now there's like Calvin pissing on every political ideology in the world. So not only am I opposed to Bill Watterson's like ideology and outlook, it didn't work. Calvin and Hobbes still got away from him. People still made bootleg stuff. So that's my hot take for Bill Watterson. I wish he had said back in the 90s, like, you know what? The comic strip's done. It's run its course. I'm not doing, like, the creative vision of that is over now. But, like, there's other ways that this could be interpreted for new generations. There's value in seeing what other people can do with these characters. Like, even if someone else were just to take over and do a comic strip again, like, the idea of exploring childhood imagination in, like, a deconstructive way, the way Calvin and Hobbes did, that's great. But that guy grew up in the 1960s. We have generations of people who grew up with levels of technology and different culture that Calvin never got to interpret. What does that look like in Calvin and Hobbes? What does a version of Calvin and Hobbes look like where they have, like, cell phones and stuff? I think that's a very interesting question, but we'll never get an answer to it. At least not one that is sensible. Anyway, that's my hot take on Bill Watterson. I would have loved to... I feel like when you create something, and I feel this way about my own works too, when you create something, it's only yours as long as you don't give it to people. As long as it's not published. As long as it's not available. Once you publish it, it's not yours anymore. You own the legal rights to it, but it belongs to the greater culture. If you create something and everybody interprets it in a certain way and it becomes meaningful to people, it sucks to have the creator later come back and say nobody's allowed to do anything with this ever again. Only my version of this is the one true version. Only my imagination is genius enough for this to make sense. I just think of all of the great forms of media that we have that we would not have if more people were like Bill Watterson. I've never met the man. I'm sure he's fine. And I love his comic dearly. Do I own any Calvin and Hobbes books? I might. I've got a Far Side one. I've got Gary Larson. I've got Walt Kelly on the shelf. I inherited that. I say inherited. I stole it from my dad's collection. He has a book of a collection of Pogo the Possum that I read to death when I was a child. And when I moved out of his house, I just kind of took it. So I still have it. I'm sure he doesn't mind. Like, I'm sure if I told him, Dad, I stole your Walt Kelly book, he'd be, that's fine. It's okay. I can think of a great counterexample, too. Great counterexample of what I'm talking about. A creator who made something and put it in the world and understands that now it belongs to the world. We went to see, it was one of the Final Fantasy concerts. I think it was Dear Friends. We went to see it in Atlanta, and it was played by the, Georgia Orchestra. And Nobuo Uematsu was at the concert. So he came out on stage at the end of the thing, I think after the first encore maybe, or maybe before the first encore. And he basically just said, well, you know, what you would expect him to say, like, thanks so much for enjoying the music. It's been my pleasure all these years. If you haven't checked out my band, The Black Mages, check them out. And then he turns to the conductor of the orchestra and asks the conductor's permission to join the choir for their performance of One Winged Angel. And it's like, that to me was such a clear indication of a creator who understands, like, I made this, it was mine at one point in time, but then I released it, and now it means something different to everybody who has experienced it. It's not mine anymore. And now I get to be a part of what it is instead of just hoarding it to myself and insisting to everybody what it is. And that was the only thing he did in the performance, was he stepped back and he performed in the choir. It was an amazing moment. It was an amazing performance. The Extreme is the better song, but they never perform The Extreme at those concerts, do they? No, they only perform One Winged Angel. Another example of a creator who acts that way, that like, I made this so it's mine, and never, like, J.K. Rowling is like that with Harry Potter, and it's to her detriment. Like, there are 7,000 reasons, obviously, to not like J.K. Rowling these days, and I personally would not feel good about supporting her, buying one of her books, but also I'm not convinced she's got another book in her. I'm not convinced creatively she can do anything else. She wrote 7 amazing books. She did some amazing world building. She inspired a generation of readers who statistically were not reading before then. But the way that she wants to keep a stranglehold on that world and any creative... Because there's all of her licensing deals for the movies, for the theme park... Like, she wants to keep creative control over all of it, and it's to the detriment of all of it. She doesn't know how to make a movie. She doesn't know anything about filmmaking. Like, there's a reason all of those movies turned out to be boring slogs. You gotta let other people who are talented in ways that you are not reinterpret the stuff. I know that George Martin has come out against fan fiction specifically. See, I loved the Harry Potter books. I read them as an adult. I didn't grow up with them. I'm too old for that. But I loved the Harry Potter books. I saw exactly what she was doing with them. And I thought they were fine. I thought they were in dire need of editing. There's an interview, I forget who with, but there's an interview where she's talking about how long one of the books turned out to be, and she's like, I think like book 5 is too long, but I challenge anyone to sit down and show me what to cut. And I'm like, Joe, sit down. I could tell you. I know exactly what you cut out of that book. But yeah, I don't even remember the name of the book now, but she tried to write like an adult murder mystery. This is a couple years after the last Harry Potter book. And I bought the book thinking, like, this is a talented author. She knows what she's doing. She's moving on to a new IP now. She wants to do something a little more grown up. And I thought that was laudable because everybody who's been reading her books for the past 15 years is now grown up. But the book sucked. It just wasn't any good. And it's like, without getting into any of her politics, as a creator, I think she's frustrated because she has already made the best thing she's ever going to make. And I think that probably doesn't feel good as a creator. She didn't want Harry Potter to be her magnum opus, and it is. And maybe she could have done something about that if she hadn't decided to torpedo her legacy by having terrible politics. Like, there's ways creators can get around that, but I think it's over for her. I hope I have not created the best thing I'm ever going to create. I want to get my book published, and I want a few thousand people to read it and let me know. And then I want to see if I've got the chops to keep writing books in that world. But I think if I did that and I found out that, like, book 1 was the best thing I'm ever going to write, it would kill me. I would not enjoy that sensation. But yeah, as a creator, you don't have to. This is my opinion. Obviously, nobody has to agree with me, but I think it's healthy for a creator to step back. Like once the thing is out, once the thing is published, and now it belongs to the world. Now it belongs to like the culture of like it all. Say what you want about Harry Potter, but like that those stories meant something to lots of people, and they meant different things to different people. And she was always like, no, this is what it means, and this is how it. If you haven't read the books, the end of book 7, the epilogue, she goes through and systematically, romantically pairs up every single character with the character she wanted them to be with. That's fine. That's her right as an author. She can write whatever she wants. But like at that point in time when book 7 was being written, she knew she had a large fandom of teenagers who were shipping all of her characters. And at that time, there's no reason you need to like canonize any particular relationship. So the only reason, having read that book, that the epilogue reads the way it does is because Rowling just wanted her favorite ships to come out on top. That's how it reads. And it's the last part of the last book, and it's so cringy. Because, like, all she did was upset people who wanted, like, Luna Lovegood to be with somebody else. I don't know if she was one of the characters now, looking back. I don't know. I kind of didn't keep up with her after that. It wouldn't surprise me if she wanted some of those changes, because the changes felt, or the decisions felt arbitrary. But there's an Austin McConnell video about the terrible Harry Potter stage play and some changes, because it's about like the characters when they're all grown up. And like one of the plot points he said he would include to make a change is that Harry and Hermione were having an affair. And I'm like, that's perfect. That would be great. That would be such a great plot element, right? Like they're grown-ups, they have stupid adult problems now, and they have an affair. Like that's not what happens in the story, but for reasons, though, I try to pay not much attention to anything J.K. Rowling says these days. I can't imagine why I wouldn't want to. But yeah, you can kind of tell that like she didn't want to just fade away. She didn't want to just be the woman who wrote like the most famous children's book series in existence. Like that's not what, so she had to stay in the public consciousness, and she had to, it's sad what she's done to her own legacy. It's pathetic, and it's sad. And it makes me sad because I know people who like really loved those books and they can't anymore, and that sucks for them. It would suck if I found out that, like, George Martin is a white supremacist. He's not, by the way, but, like, it would suck if he was. You guys, like, don't even know what terrible, awful political opinions I have. Because I keep them to myself, where they're safe. They can't hurt anybody. I am going to go to the Harry Potter theme park, though. We're going to go to what's called Epic Universe in Orlando at some point. I will always maintain that Harry Potter has amazing, like, fantasy world building. It's excellent. And imagine if we lived in a world that had more lax copyright laws, right? Where, like, it was possible for somebody else to write Harry Potter stories other than Rowling. Like, imagine, like, the political clout of that. Like, imagine if somebody was able to actually publish mainstream, widespread, in a way that Rowling couldn't C&D, like a Harry Potter story all about trans kids. That would be so excellent. We can't, though, because copyright law is what it is, and she can legally sue anybody who writes Harry Potter fan fiction, even if she wants. I understand that criticism, like the time tuner thing, and in some stories, plot holes like that would bother me. Like, if something like that happened in a Game of Thrones, it would bother me. But I just adjust my expectations with it. Like, I know that Harry Potter was never, as a story, was never aiming for any kind of internal consistency. That's not one of the goals of the work. And I was able to just not worry about it that much as I was reading it. Because there's a lot about the story, obviously, that doesn't work if you try to make it fit with what we know about our real world. Some of which is actually worse in some of the later stories, like the World War II story she's putting out about the zookeeper guy. Like, one of the things about Harry Potter that you never had to worry about, really, because the stories take place in the 1990s. But, like, ostensibly they take place in our world. Like, that's the idea, right? They take place in our world in modern-day Britain. So what were the, like, wizards doing during World War II? What was going on in the wizarding world in those times? Could wizards have stopped the Holocausts? Like, these are uncomfortable questions, but we don't have to wrestle with them because they are outside the scope of the material. Until Rowling wrote a story set during World War I and then included like a clairvoyance, like future-seeking spell about the war that's coming. It's like, why would you put a lampshade on it? Why would you draw attention to this fact? I don't know. I guess we're going to do the tree trunk at the end. I guess I'm doing all the plates first. Yeah, I know that there is a canonical answer to it now because she's written more stories in the universe. What's the zookeeper guy's name? I don't even know. I saw the first movie and it was awful. But, like, I know that there's a canonical answer now, but we didn't need a canonical answer to it ever. This is just not something we're supposed to pay attention to, and the story works fine if you don't. In my own works, I am trying to maintain as much internal consistency as I can. But that's just because I'm a crazy weirdo, and it'll bother me in my own work if I don't do that. Like, there's not going to be time tuner situation in Faunal Tales. I'm endeavoring not to, but you can, as a creator, you can get into trouble going too far that direction too. Look at Hideo Kojima. How many plot holes are in Metal Gear Solid? 0. None. There's not a plot hole anywhere in the entire Metal Gear saga. Why? Because Kojima drove himself insane, overly explaining every single piece of information in that universe to the point where it's absolutely absurd. And the whole universe is this weird pretzel shape now. I make no promises about my D&D stories. My D&D campaigns, I make 0 promises about internal consistency or anything else. When I talk about my work, I'm talking about my novels, which I am trying to publish. I need to find someone who's willing to publish them. That would be nice. I think they're good. My mom says they're really good. And isn't that, if your mom's not trustworthy about that kind of stuff, who is? I realized when we were a couple years ago now, when my mom first read my first book and she wanted to discuss it with me, I realized I had like leftover childhood trauma. Because when we were kids, my thing was always writing and my brother's thing was always like drawing, like artwork. So he has all the drawing talent in the family and I was always the writer. And so as a kid, like all his artwork was already always hung all over the house, on the fridge or whatever. Like he would always get validation. Like she'd look at oh, this is a great picture you drew. Good job. Like good painting. But like whenever I wrote something that I was proud of, my mom would always, oh, honey, I'm too busy to read all of this right now. And I probably wouldn't understand it anyway, but I'm sure it's really good. I have a lot of writings over the years. It's like, man, I wish I could draw like my stupid brother. Then maybe my mom would like my stuff. What does Edgar think of my novel? Oh, Edgar's been dead for 2 years. Edgar has gone over the rainbow. Sorry. He was 17 years old. Don't apologize to me. That was a huge improvement in my quality of living. My quality of life went up a lot. Edgar was the most obnoxious dog in the world. Currently Prompto and Lulu are my dogs now, and they're the best. Prompto gets loud sometimes when he gets excited, but Edgar never liked me and he was always me. Prompto does love to sing. Oh man, it was a portent. We didn't know when I first set up that alert, but he does love to sing. Is it the top of this branch that needs help? We're 96% done, but it's mostly these branches, I think. Oh, yeah, no, the top of this branch needs help. Edgar had a long, full life, but it was just time. What am I missing on this branch? Mega Man 9 has one room in the Wily Castle that I always thought felt like a ROM hack. But I'm kind of an apologist for it, because I feel like every Mega Man game in the classic Mega Man series has at least one room that feels like a stupid ROM hack. They were ROM hacking their own series as they were making it in the 1980s. Mega Man 2 has a couple of rooms. Quick Man lasers, Heat Man blocks, Boo Beam trap. You can't defend those things. Oh, we got the side there. There it is. Okay, okay. You can't defend the Boo Beam trap. You can't do it. Try to defend Boo Beam trap. You will sound like an idiot. All right, so that branch needs help. Let's get up there. You can maybe defend Quick Man lasers. Maybe. What's the ROM hacky part of 3? Let me think. You know what? Maybe there's not one. No, Mega Man 3 is pristine. Mega Man 3 gets a pass. We got to get down on this thing's nose. There we go. That Needleman section would be bad if RushJet didn't work the way it does. If you had Mega Man 4 or 5's RushJet in that game, then it would be awful. But it doesn't, so it's not. Let's get the base clean. Oh, this whole inside and underside. Ugh, it's grotesque. What are the chances we got sent another power wash level while I was cleaning this one? Because it's Saturday night and all my friends are nerds. So we got a bunch of people connected right now. Sending out the checks. I think people are very selective about like how they want copyright law to work, like ownership over ideas and IPs and stuff. Most people that I talk to on the subject, like they want it to work one way for one group of people and one way for another group of people. Like everybody wants like small indie owners to like have inalienable rights, but then everybody wants to be able to be allowed to post like SpongeBob GIFs, right? Like you're violating the same laws that you want to protect people on like DeviantArt and whatever. You're violating those laws every time you post a SpongeBob GIF. Nickelodeon could bring suit against anybody who does that. They don't. They'd be idiotic to, but is that not like... That should be the standard, I think. Fair use should be so broad that it's functionally bulletproof. I realize that my thoughts on this are pretty radical compared to most people, but it's one of the reasons I don't like get all up in arms about like generative AI, which is the current bugbear of the internet. I don't think there's anything wrong with using AI to make something cool. Like, if you're going to make something cool, make it. Nothing on this table is broken. There's a small jug lid. Oh, maybe the small jug lid is over here. No, it's a sugar pot lid. Mad Hatter's Tall Hat Band. Oh, okay. People base their opinions on whether or not they like something on lots of different reasons. People have lots of reasons for liking things, but whether or not they actually like the thing is often not that important. And what I mean by that is like, look how many people, when they find out something that looks kind of cool has been generated with AI, and now suddenly they hate it. Now suddenly it's ugly and terrible. It wasn't 15 minutes ago when you first saw it, but now that you know how it was generated, now you don't like it. Or look how many people now are like, you know, Harry Potter was always terrible. Those books always sucked, and everybody who read them didn't have any taste. Now they have that opinion, but like, where were you guys for 20 years? People base their tastes on whether or not they like those books, on whether or not they like the author. Job complete. I will never use generative AI to write for me because I don't want to. That's just a hard line that I have. I would never publish a book that I would have to disclose the use of, like, this portion of the book was written with AI. I would never want to do that. But I do use AI in parts of my workflow, in my creative works. It doesn't write the text for me, but like when I'm running D&D and I've got to make 7 stat blocks for this dungeon, I can either spend 4 hours slogging through writing, or I could just go, just generate these stat blocks for me. Boom, done. Like, why would it would be silly to not use the tool that I have. I had this conversation with my players a few weeks ago, because I'm starting Flump 8 in a couple of weeks on the channel. And one of the problems I have is I'm doing a lot of world building, and I've designed this city that it's going to be kind of like the home base of the campaign. And I told my players, and I'm like, I don't have a good map for this city because I can't draw maps. So the best I can do, and I showed them a map that Google Gemini generated for me, and it's great. It looks great. It looks fine. It looks exactly like my imagination thought of it. And having the visual aid makes the place come alive. I can't draw it. I can't afford to pay someone to draw it. Even if I could, who's available that can do X amount of revisions week after week after week after week? It's just not tenable. So I had a conversation with my players, like, if you guys tell me that you don't want to play a game where I'm using these tools, I won't use them because I value your opinions. And but what they came back with is like, look, we're not crazy about this, but we understand why you wanted to use this map. So with D&D locations, I can be more creative with AI than I could be otherwise. Because if I don't have a way to generate the map and show my players what it looks like, I'm limited to maps that already exist, or I'm limited to, like, liminal spaces with no visual aid, like just the strength of my description and their imagination. Having the visual aid is so much better than not having one at a D&D table. And I can be so much more creative when I'm not limited to, okay, I have 100 maps that I've downloaded of D&D cities. I have to write a story based on what those maps look like. This one's a port city. So the story has to be based in a port. Well, the story I had is based on this cliffside city where people's houses are like carved into the sides of the cliff. And there's this big switchback path that goes all the way to the top. And then this huge watchtower that's the tallest place in the kingdom that people go to study the stars. And that map just wasn't real until I pasted my description that I wrote from my imagination into Gemini. And then Gemini's like, here's the map. Why would I not want to use that tool? I didn't need it to generate the location for me. I don't need it to run the game for me, but I can't draw maps. I just don't have it in. And when I do draw maps, 100% of the time, my players make fun of me. With good reason, because they're ugly and stupid looking. I make fun of them because they're ugly and stupid looking. Yes, using Google Gemini does drain your weapon energy, and you can't pause the game while it's generating. So what I did is, what I decided was most of the time I'm going to use maps that I have in my collection. I have a huge collection of unused maps. That's going to be primarily what I do. That's already what I do for D&D. But I always disclose the artist of the map if I can. Like maps often come with the little, like whoever drew it, the credits on the map, and I always shout them out during my D&D session. Like, this map was made by this guy. This is his Patreon. You can go check it out. So when I use maps, I have this little decal that I made called Fireplace Jack. It's this stupid little gnome sitting there with a fireplace on his desk. It's the most obviously AI generated image you've ever seen, because who has a fireplace on their desk? So I just told them, like, if I use a map that I had to use Gen AI for, we'll just say that Fireplace Jack made it, and we'll shout out Fireplace Jack. All right. I'm happy with the progress we've made here. And we have nothing left in tabletop. Let's see if we've got any puzzle pieces. We don't have any puzzle pieces. Then, I'm sorry to say, I think it's time to move on to Pokemon. I have like 6,000 locations in Pokemon I can do. So, when I say generate a map, because yeah, there's lots of tools that will generate like a dungeon-looking map, and I use those constantly. In fact, the finale dungeons for Flump 7 that I'm running tomorrow use something like that. It's not generative AI, but it is an online tool that generates map layouts. What I had Gemini do for me was actually generate like artwork of the city, so you can see the city from the outside. It's less a map of the city and more a visual indicator of what the city looks like you would see in a D&D book. And I don't have a good way to make those except out of AI. And there are so many ways that these tools, these LLMs, are terrible about assisting with creative work. So you do have to be careful if you're using them. You do have to be super careful with them, because by default, they won't criticize anything. Like if I'm making a stat block or I'm making a D&D thing and I'm running it through ChatGPT for some reason, it won't criticize everything. It thinks everything is the most beautiful, brilliant, genius thing it's ever seen. And you can tell it, like, I need criticism of this. Like, I need a critique of this. And if you do that, then it will critique absolutely everything. It will find fault everywhere. So I made a bunch of stat blocks for a bunch of NPC characters for the Flump 7 finale that I'm running tomorrow on the Salute the Flump channel. And I have like 10 stat blocks. And I'm like, okay, these are done. But I haven't gone through to check all the math, or at least I didn't catch any mistakes. I'm going to feed these to Gemini real quick and just make sure the math checks out. Do the ACs calculate properly and whatnot? And Gemini praised all of like the inventive things that I put in, like character actions. It said, this is a great action your players are going to find really, really fun, but this character has a problem. And the problem it found was a character that had the Polearm Master and Sentinel feats published right out of the books. Like, I copied them right out of the player's handbook. It's like, these are broken homebrew abilities. And I'm like, no, they're not. They're in the book. What are you talking about? I don't think we're ever going to... Here, I'll give my three, like, big... like broad strokes opinions about generative AI making creative stuff. I don't think generative AI is ever going to replace humans, ever, because people will always be able to tell the difference, and people are always going to care. So no, I don't think every artist, writer, producer, musician, I don't think we're all going to be out of work in 5 years and it's all going to be computers. Second, I don't think the stuff that generative AI produces is materially worse than the bad stuff humans already produce. If you had Gemini write a script for a superhero movie, I think you would just end up with a Marvel movie. Like, these are already written by committee, focus tested. They're already soulless. They're already, like, sandpapered down to be as inoffensive as possible. That kind of art is always going to exist, and people are going to use AI to make more of it, and you can continue to safely ignore it. You don't have to engage with that kind of... You don't have to see Marvel movies anymore. And third, I think it is 100% possible to use AI tools in a work of art in a way that is ethical and in a way that makes good art. And I think the best example of that would be a writer who has an AI-generated book cover that sells their book. Right now, we hate people that do that, and if you get caught using Gen AI to make a book cover, you will be blacklisted from everywhere. But a writer is not an artist. A writer shouldn't necessarily have the skill set to design a book cover, and doesn't necessarily have the money or the resources to ensure your book has the best cover. It just needs something on the cover. So it's a part of the work that is not the work, if that makes sense. I think of it like using a drum machine instead of having a drummer in your band. As long as you're not selling your band on their like awesome soulful drum solos, it's fine. It's just there to have the backing track. You're a guitarist and your buddy is a singer. That's why you're using the drum machine, to pick up the slack in the areas where you aren't creative. Anyway, we need to play Pokemon. I need to close Power Wash Simulator. I need to get my tracker on screen. There's quite a lot of tracker. We played a lot more Kirby 64 today than I thought we were going to play. I thought we were going to be in Kirby for a couple minutes and then we'd move on to Pokemon. I didn't know we were going to spend like all day in Kirby. All right. We're going to have so much stuff because of this badge. You can have any AI generating artwork and tell it make 100 new Pokemon, and I guarantee 50 of them would be better than the standard Pokemon. So many of these Pokemon, it's like you can just tell the designers were just grinding their teeth. Like, how many more of these do we have to draw? So many of these Pokemon are just, this is the most lifeless character design. And this is a beloved series that people, like, it's okay to have some stuff that sucks and something that's great. Not every single Pokemon is a winner. Every single Pokemon is somebody's favorite. I don't know that that's true. I would bet that there's a... And I might be completely misunderstanding the Pokemon fandom. It might go a lot deeper than I'm thinking, but there's thousands of them by now. I'll bet there's plenty of Pokemon that there's just nobody in the world that cares. Like, how many Pokemon have 3 evolutions, right? They have the baby form, and then they have the big boy form, and then they have a middle form that nobody cares about because they're only in your party for 2 levels, and then they evolve into the real monster. Nobody cares about these middle form Pokemon. Yeah, no, anybody who criticizes the new Pokemon for being worse than olds, the original 151, you maybe had 30 bangers, okay? Maybe you had, maybe 40 if you really pushed it. But, like, every generation of Pokemon, I bet, has, like, 30 or 40 bangers, and then the rest, like, who cares? Look at Smash Brothers. Lots of people play Squirtle. Lots of people play Charizard. Nobody plays Ivysaur. There's not one Ivysaur player in Super Smash Brothers in the world. 7 some odd billion humans in the world. Nobody cares about Ivysaur. You play Squirtle because he's cute, or you play Charizard because he's badass. Nobody plays Ivysaur. I guess technically Pikachu is the middle evolution, isn't it? Like, that completely torpedoes my whole thesis. Who was the rabbit in Shield? That rabbit was awesome. I liked the rabbit. I don't remember the rabbit's name, but it was like the starter rabbit that was on fire. Oh, it wasn't Pikachu. Wait, Pichu wasn't in the game originally? They added that. How does that work? Yeah, Cinderace. That's what I'm thinking of. The rabbit in Shield. Pichu was added Generation 2. That makes no sense. Why? Why would you do that? I distinctly remember playing a Game Boy Pikachu, a Pokemon game on stream where the starter was Pikachu. Don't you always start with like the baby form? It was a version of Gen 1. It was a Pokemon Yellow, wasn't it? Where you start with Pikachu? I have this very vivid memory of streaming this. That was before Pichu existed. I don't know what to do with this information. This is making me very uncomfortable. All right. So Pikachu is the exception to the rule. And only because they... Well, in that case, nobody cares about Pichu. Like, pff, that's not true. Pichu's in Smash Brothers, so... Ron. Yeah, nobody cares about Raichu. Nobody anywhere has ever cared about Raichu. Every time I play a Pokemon game, I just, by the midpoint of the game, I have 6 monsters in my party, and then I just use those 6 monsters forever. Like, I don't see any purpose in, like, engaging with the... I still collect them. I put them all in the boxes. But, like, whatever 6... I have, like, the fire one, the water one, the iron one. I think I'm stuck with the middle... Charmander right now. I think my Charmander is in the Middle Ages right now. I like Dreadnought. Y'all like Dreadnought? Dreadnought's rad. Change my mind. Change my mind on Dreadnought. Who was my starter in Arceus? I think I went with Cyndaquil. And I thought Cyndaquil was cool as hell. And then people were like, Cyndaquil's old. He was like in one of the old games. And I'm like, I didn't know that. I thought it was a cool new one that they made. Surf. Got a room 6 key. I'm sure that's useful. I liked Arceus a lot. That game is so cool. I really enjoyed it. I was kind of sad when the next Pokemon came out and they went back to like their old formula and they didn't want to do another one like Arceus. Like, I thought they should have leaned more into what Arceus was. ZA is supposed to... I don't have a Switch 2, so I can't play that one. So... I have Pokemon Violet sitting here. It's on my shelf. I've never touched it. I watched my wife play some of it. Should I stream Pokemon Violet at some point? Would you guys want to watch that? ZA is on Switch 1. Shows what I know. I don't have the... I don't keep up with Pokemon stuff typically. No, that was it. Okay. Now... I have those 2 badges. Don't play Violet. So I have a fun story about Pokemon Violet. You have to remember, my wife's not a gamer. She doesn't have, like, the gaming instincts, right? Like, when we're playing a game, like, we understand, like, there's a language to gaming and all that. So she's playing a game, and I look at the TV from across the room, and I don't really process what I'm seeing. And I come back an hour later, and I realize she's been running around underneath the map. Like, she fell through some map geometry and was stuck under the map for, like, an hour. And I went in and I was like, what are you doing? And she's like, I don't know what to do or where to go. Like, I'm stuck in this game and I can't figure it out. And I'm like, it's obviously glitched. You've obviously glitched through the world and you need to reset. And she's like, what do you mean I glitched through the world? I had to explain to her what that means. So, all right. I have... God, I've got so much crap. Oh, here we go. So I've got Surf, Rock Smash, and Waterfall. And I don't know which ones I can use with my... Someone suggested I just give all my HMs to Furret. Is that what I should do? Should I just give all my HMs to Furret? I'm going to do that. We'll just have Furret. Yeah, you don't need this. So we have a setting that every Pokemon can learn every HM. And then we'll teach Rock Smash. You don't need Fury Swipes. And you don't need... you don't need Scratch. Okay. Yeah, looking at the tracker, it doesn't look like I can get to many, like, water places. So I clearly can't surf yet. I can get to some of this northern path and then to some of this central area. So I'm assuming I can only use Rock Smash. What about Arceus? Should I stream Arceus for you guys at some point? Play through that game? Take Cyndaquil again? There's so many great games that I would love to stream and replay. You didn't like it, I think it's my favorite. Of the Pokemon games I played, I think it was my favorite. You have to remember, though, that I didn't play... Like, that was based on what? Like, Gen 4 or Gen 5 or whatever? Like, I didn't play those games. Like, I don't have any knowledge of those. So there wasn't any part of the games that, like, triggered me incorrectly. Alright, so going this way is not good. This is where my tracker is kicking in. So I just walk through this area. This area has a fish I can catch, but I'm not going to do that right now. This area has a grass encounter I'll keep a lookout for. So the main reason I never played Pokemon games back in the day is because I just didn't like handhelds. I didn't like handheld gaming that much. Kind of until the DS. Like, the DS was the first one that I had that I did a lot of gaming on. And a lot of that was because at the time I had an office job with a lot of downtime. But for the game, like Game Boy Advance, I've got the Game Boy Player plugged into my GameCube. I still use that to this day. Apparently it's super rare right now. Like, it's really expensive if you want to try to get a Game Boy Advance. Plug in for the GameCube. I got one. It was $50 new. Like, I guess we're using this Aggron for the whole game. So I can't cut that. We don't have cut. Can't cut that. There's a ball back there. We'll have to come back. Wait a minute. What is this? That random NPC had something for me now, for some reason. White herb from lady near flower shop. Cool. Alright, nothing new in the city. All this is green now. Fantastic. So I guess we're going down and around here. No. Or are we coming back through this like from a different spot? Or can I interact with this? This is all green up there. It looks like there's an entrance to Meteor Falls, so maybe we're going to come around and come out from there. This map has 2 in the grass that I haven't seen yet. And I'm green inside Rust Turf Tunnel. I'm guessing that's my next move. I like Headbutt because I got a really spiky head, so it does extra damage. Oh, I felt so bad last week. Because I've been doing... Oh, I can't use normal... I gotta pay attention. I gotta change to... You know what? We'll bring Furred out to take care of it with its new water moves. Hooray! I've been doing so much streaming, and I have a checklist of things I have to check when I go to stream D&D, and I forgot to check the audio settings, and I streamed an entire session of Salute the Flump where my player's audio was not listenable. Ooh, a Questagon. Well, all right then. But I'm glad you enjoyed the twists. I'm very excited for the next Flump campaign. We still have probably 7 or 8 sessions of Flump 7, but the next campaign is... I've put more time and energy into the world building for the next Flump campaign than I ever have for D&D. So I'm really hope people enjoy it. So the Flump 7 finale is what we're playing through now. I don't want to learn anything new. But I have an epilogue planned. There's going to be like an adventure that goes along with the epilogue. Send out the Groudon. So yeah, it might take like 2 more sessions to get through the whole finale, and then it might take 3 or 4 to get through the epilogue. I'm not sure. I never know for sure how long it's going to take. Ancient Power, the Love Disc. Yeah, Flump 7 has been a real treat for me too. Like obviously I always get into my D&D games, but 7 I've had so much to work with. And I really like the players that I have right now. Like I absolutely love having the people that I've got. Well, Furret fell asleep. So he's going to have his little nappy nap. And we're going to bring you out. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Because everybody else is level crap. Burn him! But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. From my perspective in D&D, there's always like so much stuff that I feel like, oh, we just had to drop this particular plot element.
So I got something in the circus here, but what's down here? There's items over here. Not every person that runs D&D gets to run the game for like the exact group of players they want. I see. We're like in an outside area now. So there's a hidden item here. And there should be an opening here. I guess this is going to open up later. It's not open yet. Fair enough. And then there's always a period of adjustment with each new campaign, because it's like people love their old characters and they haven't quite found their footing in the new characters yet. Alright, so whatever this is Battle Tent Verdant Turf. Feast your eyes. Okay. All right. And then I guess we leave this city out this direction. Oh, everything's green on this map. There's 6 grass encounters, 3 fish encounters. All right, we get to work. Isn't Rayquaza like one of the big bad boys? Yeah, we'll take Flamethrower. Boo, Smokescreen. No, thank you. I know he's a boss fight in Smash Brothers. Flygon. I'm going to use... Oh, Fert's asleep still. We're going to let Fert nap. Oh, it's flying. Okay, I get it. I'm going to Ancient Power. There. I Ancient Powered you. Alright, bring out... I mean, you're still asleep. Bring Aggron back out. Like, these two I'm gonna get rid of eventually, so who cares? This is the only one that remains that I kind of want to get experience. Still asleep through a critical hit. There he goes. Man, she's got a full complement. All right. Bring this one back out. Bring these out. Why not? You got the experience share, but you haven't done anything yet this fight. Burn him! Like that. Ninjask? This guy could beat up Ninjask. Just a bug. dead. Dodrio. Dododio. Nope. I don't like it. I don't like that one at all. That one's got to go away. That one's got to go away. See, like, he just evolved 3 fights ago. And now he's awesome. Like, nobody cares about that second form. Because now he's amazing. We'll get. I will never use Rage. But Brickroad stat moves are good in Pokemon. I don't care. I never use them. If a move doesn't deal damage, I don't give even half of the smallest turd. Puddin'. Muns. We're like not going to touch grass here. We're going to have to go in the... Because there is no grass on the critical path, so we're going to have to walk into the grass. I've killed a bunch of these things. Electabuzz, water kills you, right? Water beats electricity? I don't see the design intent here. Like this one, I don't know what they're doing with this. Waterfall. Paralyzed and can't move. Great. Only ground like this move here. I feel like anybody who doesn't think water is effective against electricity has never thrown a toaster in the bathtub. Progressive boots. Great. So there's you two. And then there's you. It's another Kingler. We've seen a million of these guys. I'm almost out of headbutts, but I got this spiky head. Okay, just adjust my tracker here a little bit. Yeah, we got 6 grass encounters and 2 fish to look for here. Grumpig. All right, I think I'm down with Grumpig. I see what they're doing here. I get Grumpig. So there's you. Porygon 2. I didn't think Porygon 1 was that good. I'm gonna mud slap him until there's nothing left. I'll hold out for Porygon 64. Alright, let's get some grass encounters. I don't have this terrible thing. It's Porygon, Neo Porygon, and Porygon Zero, right? Hoppip. I don't even want to think about Hoppip anymore. Hey, it's another one. Running out of PPs on my aggro dong. It's this guy again. Mantine. What is stuck on its fin? Is it carrying like a little baby fish? Maybe. That's a Remoraid? Stuck on the Mantine? Okay. I mean, I get it. I understand the reference. It's... We won't use Mantine. I found nothing! They have a symbiotic relationship rolling around here in the grass. How many more grasses do I have? There's 6 total. I've got 2. I don't know about the flower petal brontosaurus. I mean, it exists, but... Hey, that's my own elixir. I will drink that someday. Alright, lots of these Hoppips live here. Let's hand off the XP share. All right, I think it's just these hop-ips. Like, I think there's 9 different slots with hop-ips here. No, come on. I don't like the little pink boy or his little shorts. No. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. It's the Scuffle Pokemon. Sfeel. I understand Sfeel. But I don't think we're ever going to look at him again. Hey, we got all 3 of the fishing mons here. Great. Let's take one more shot in an overworld encounter and then finish up here. Nope, it's just this guy again. Flare on. Relicanth. Fly at him. Word. It's not very effective. It almost killed him. Well, he's level 11. It should have killed him. Send out the Aggron. Yes. So every screen has some number of overworld encounters. And so every entry in the Pokédex is a check. So every screen has a random list of Pokemon we can encounter in the grass. I'm not driving myself crazy ensuring that I get every single encounter in every single area, but we want to make some effort with it. Because they are checks. So someone might come back with a hint saying you need to have this Pokemon in your Pokédex. And if they do, and I've seen it, the game will tell me where it is and I can go get it. I'm sending this one back out. I don't know what the Feebas route is. So once I have all the badges, I can go finish the game. And finishing the game will release all of the checks. So it's most likely that that's what's going to send out most of the Pokédex checks. That said, I like having a game with lots and lots and lots of checks. Gyarados. Send this back out. Ow! These are all checks. Bennett. Okay. Oh, she must be a ghost. If you're a ghost, use this. Yes, I would love Earthquake. Instead of this. And then up here. Yeah, like we went into this with the understanding that we would probably not actually do every single check. Earthquake. I've got Pupitar out here. That's awful. Bite, I guess. Did I just kill my own guy? I think I just killed my own guy. Oh well. It was worth it. I didn't hit everything on the field because there was... It didn't hit both of their guys. Wait, Xatu is standing still. Xatu is not flying. Maybe Xatu is a flying type, whatever that means, but they were not physically flying when I used that move. I didn't even see the name of this city, and I don't care to learn it. Okay, what do we have here? We have many exits from this city. That's the gym. We should do the gym last. Oh, he's flying. See, that one is flying. He's in the air. Normal should not be a type. It's just dumb. Normal should not be a type, right? Like, back me up on that. Some Muns. All right, so like this building over here has something in it. I sent a progressive house. Great. Then down here. Man, NPCs in this game talk a lot. And then now we do the gym. And then I'm going to look at my world map and see which way I want to go out of here. I like Taros. He's cool looking. Lickitung. I'm gonna burn Lickitung. Ugh, I remember Lickitung from the Detective Pikachu movie. It was really gross. Guitarist Kirk sent out Gorbis. I have the little cactus guy. I guess this is what the little cactus guy grows up into. This gym's got puzzles? It really doesn't. It has buttons on the floor. I became confused. I don't like that. It doesn't say that I'm confused. All right. Yeah, I didn't get like a little thing that says I'm confused. I wonder why. I also became confused. I don't like this thing. See, I got like a little marker that says paralyzed when I get paralyzed, but you don't get one when you're confused. It only takes damage from... I don't know what's super effective against it. I'm using everything I have until I find what will hit it. I wonder guarded that. What else do I have? I've got water. This is the strongest thing I've ever fought. No, not water. I thought I used fire. Ah, I didn't use fire. Great. No, bring out the one that's not paralyzed. Ah, that's not what I meant to use. I meant to try this. No, I don't care about that. Well, I have to step out of this gym and go back to the Pokemon Center. You're somebody I should fight. So Spinda is has substance abuse problems. Clearly. Articuno. Dead. Oh yeah, it's the very normal Pokemon, Doug Trio. Everybody's favorite. I get it. Watson. That's Volbeat. I'm getting Charmy the Bee vibes from Volbeat. Man, has Aggron fallen off? Like, what's going on here? Headbutt still has my back. Mantine is water, I would guess. So don't send out Charizard. Good night, Duca. Sleep well. This always works. Celebi. Burn it. It's like a little carrot, isn't it? Like an onion thing. Burn it. Purple rupees. Dynamite for a gaping maw. So that is one of my combinations. Does this go anywhere? No. All right, let's do the refill here. Seems like it might be rock plus bomb. I could check the tracker, but I'd have to unload my Pokemon tracker. I don't want to do that right now. All right. So I'm currently at Malville Gym. So if I go north out of here, the path should loop up and back around to where I originally was. So I think that's what I want to do. I've got some stuff out to the east, but something's going to be blocking me out there. But I might want to poke my head out there first. And then I can have some stuff to the south, but I'm also going to be blocked. Like, it looks like Route 109. Okay, so we're going to go east first. Route 118. I have no grass encounters that I can reach here. Just some trainers. Wait. Okay, so there's that. Okay, so yeah, just some trainers. Aroma Lady Rose. Seviper. He's looks kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'm feeling Seviper a little bit. Burn him! The thing looks like it should be weak to fire, but it's not, apparently. Oh, I didn't see what he's sending out. I don't care. I'm going to headbutt it, whatever it is. I do like a Noctowl. There's nothing wrong with a Noctowl. I would use Noctowl in my party. It's this thing again. Kyogre. I don't know what that is. I'm going to headbutt it. Drill. Burn it. This is weird. This is not on the map that I've got on my tracker. It's not what this looks like. This thing's not flying. I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. It's standing on the ground. If they wanted it to be flying, they should have drawn it flying. They didn't. Dodrio. Nope, I didn't like this one. No thanks. It has big wings, but it is not currently flying. It is standing on the ground. You cannot tell me it is immune to an earthquake when it is standing on the ground. There's a very important get. That's a Vlad relic. That's necessary progression for the Castlemans. There's Grumpig. I'm down with Grumpig. Me and Grumpig get along. I'm gonna earthquake him. Rad. Alright, now let's go west. I think it's probably a good idea to save once in a while. That's where we came from. South. We want to go south. Because south will dead end us. I don't know why it will dead end us, but it supposedly will. Oh, I can't get... Which of these maps am I on? This one here. Okay. There's 7 grass encounters here and 3 fishing encounters. I guess we'll do the fishing encounters first. Nose pass. I am terrified to think of what the hell nose pass is. Yeah, okay. I don't know what the hell I was expecting, but that is a nose pass. Hitmonlee. We're going to burn Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee's cool. Hitmonlee can stay. Registeel. We'll send out the ferret. You know, sometimes you send out the ferret, right? All right, so it looks like I can go south through this like long winding grass, which I'm going to have to do eventually. Or I can take like the highway here. It's a cycling road. Okay, let's do the fishing first since we're here. Oh, cool, Tauros. I kind of want to put Tauros in the party. Look how cool he is. Should I use Tauros, guys, or is Tauros a dumb trap that sucks? We like Tauros. We can throw away this BS Remoraid. Wild Bull Pokemon. Heck yeah. Just give him a nickname and call him Hickok. All right, let's go put Tauros in the party, and then I guess I'll give him the XP share to get him caught up. Guys, I'm going to step away for 2 minutes, refresh my drink, and hit the head. I'll be right back. All right, just been sitting here with an empty can of Pepsi for like 2 hours. getting rid of... You know what? I'm going to get rid of both of these. I'm never going to use you again. So now I just have an empty space in our party for... if we find somebody else cool out in the field. All right, cool. Tauros is the man. We were fishing out here. I'm really enjoying this as part of the Archie. I think this adds a lot to an Archie. I like it. I don't think I'd be having as much fun with it if I was just playing it like to play it. I think having it as a randomizer is doing a lot for me because it's giving me like clear, easy goals. And I'm using the tracker so I can't get lost. It's just a nice chill experience. It's another Tauros. You're saying that my, like, ancient dragon spike guy is intimidated by Tauros? I mean, Tauros is cool, but come on. Ah, no, we're never gonna use Scary Face. I've got a Jolteon already. So we're starting to see duplicates in the field. But it failed. Oh, his thing failed. My thing killed him. All right, we'll fish one more time. I'm going to have to take both the land path and the bike path. If I had to choose a favorite Pokemon, Pikachu. Like, he's the mascot. There's a reason he's the most marketable. The most recognizable. Sorry to be boring. Let's take the land path first. Because we're looking for 7 encounters. Yeah. Alright, so to start with... Lanoon. So it looks like there's a secret item here. Yep. Lanoon and Furret kind of are the same, aren't they? Lugia. They misspelled Luigi. Then you. this thing again. I'm almost out of earthquakes, guys. Sad. Sad times. There's a hidden item up top here that's green for me. How would I reach it? I'm not sure. We'll find out. We'll figure it out. It's just going to be walking the edge of the map. This game does the old trick of always walking the edge of the map. I've already got this thing, but we can mark it off the list as an encounter here. All right. Hey guys, Pelipper. Look at that thing. That's the Herpdirt Pokemon. Do people still say Herpdirt? Aerodactyl. We're going to burn Aerodactyl. The flammable Pokemon. I say Herp Derp. I'm keeping it alive. I'm not ready to give up on it yet. It'll always be 2014 in my heart. Absol. We're going to burn Absol. No, it's just, it has like no through line to it. It's just a bunch of ideas stapled together. A secret item here, good. Okay, I've got a Sunkern here. We've actually seen that. We actually caught that already, but we can knock it off the encounter list here. I found... Oh no, Buttface found me some puzzle pieces. Hey, you know what? We break for puzzle pieces in this house. We haven't had some puzzle pieces in a second. Is this an edge? It is an edge. This is going to be the back of your head. And this should be easy to place. Right there. Alright, we've got a secret here. Isn't that like my terrible friend? Oh, I had to walk past him. I'm gonna herp his derp. Azumarill. We're going to burn Azumarill. Oh, you're supposed to come through the other direction. Got it. That makes sense. Inflicts bad damage if you... What's bad damage mean? I mean, it's a dark attack. I'm not super enthusiastic about anything he's got. Wags the tail to lower foe's defense. We're never going to use that. We might as well take an attack move over a stat move we'll never use. Set out the headbunter. Ooh, I sent a Minerva Bustier. Those are good. Dusta will thank me for that. Or he won't. I don't know. This is new. This is for me. Apparently this is where you're supposed to get the item finder and start finding these invisible items. We're gonna burn Magneton. Oh, dude, you're very welcome for the 4 money. Please buy something nice for yourself. That's probably important. All right, so there's a ball here. Quick question. I love questions. Doesn't have to be quick. You can take your time. All right, so that's the 5th encounter in this area. My father were a Pokemon? How do you know he's not? If my father were... I'll tell you what. What's the one that falls asleep and then you can't move him? That's the Pokemon that my father would be. I kind of want to take this route first. Snorlax. We just have stuff in every single direction. We just have stuff in every single direction. I just have to be good with that. Okay, so we're going to go down here first. There's you guys. Oh, I have to beat up this baby and his dad. Like, here, Earthquake. You just use this because you're about to get earthquaked. Got him. Have you no compassion or... Dude, you didn't have to fight me. Oh, I have no more earthquakes. I have one more of these. Blaziken. That sounds like he's on fire. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but... Good. This is just blocked. Okay, so I guess we're gonna go back up then. I think we already have... Yeah, we've already got this one. We've already got this one. All right, now let me... So if I guess going through here... Can't walk on the cycling road. Well, I've got... this. Ah, okay, I found her. Yeah, she's kind of hidden back here. Vaporeon. I bet it's weak to being chopped up by giant claws. It's like 8d12 slashing damage or whatever. Additional starting supply. That might be good for Destal. Hey, kid, I need to fight you. Why are all these cyclers called triathletes? Good night, Eurexia. Sleep well. Flygon. That one just... They ran out of names. Oh, we named 300 Pokemon, and they're all, like, colorful dragon things. This one is... This one's Flygon. Can we go home now, please? I need to fight you. Oh, this thing's... The bike is so hard to control. I'm just gonna stay right here. Don't panic if your bike is going fast. Whatever you say, Benjamin. It's a Delibird. Buttface will thank me for that flask shard. Maybe he will. I don't know. Maybe he's a jerk. Lantern. Okay, I get it. I don't get to pick which tunic to send it to, Buttface. You just have to live with it. It's called a randomizer for a reason. This is just a blob. Okay, and then we're down here on the last part. You should be the last one on the road. Slow, bro. He's so slow. And he's a bro. That's why he's called that. Fortress. Huh. Yeah, I don't know about that. Wing attack him. Lickitung will waterfall the Lickitung. It's filthy and must be cleansed. And he's confused. Oh, I guess Waterfall confuses sometimes. No, I'm confused. Oh, no. There you go, Furret. We knew you had it in you. He was confused about which one to Waterfall. Alright, we're done here. I don't care what my number of collisions are. In fact, I'm going to get off the bike. Oh, I guess I can't until I go into this house. So is this an event? Okay, well, whatever. They're just blocking the path. What's down here? Slateport City. It's kind of a big city. We must first go to the Poke Center. Saving seems like a good idea. Somebody in this house. It's this blue guy over here. Pasta de Summers. That sounds delicious. And then this blue Pokemart. What is this check? Buy Harbor Mail. I gotta buy something here. That's a check, huh? Well, I bought it. Great. There are 3 fishing Pokemon here. Let's see who is... Let's see if we can get at least 2 of them. Don't have Metagross. He's pretty cool. Dude, congratulations on your heroes laurels. You enjoy those. I'm enjoying mine. I got that laurel super early and the whole game turned green. Diglett! I can dig it. I can Diglett. See if we can get the lucky trifecta here. Why wouldn't you want to get it super early? It seems like it would be a good thing to always get super early. We're going to fish one more time here, I think. Sleep well, my friend. Thanks for hanging out tonight. I don't think I will be partaking of the tunic again after this Archie. I just haven't been enjoying it. Alright, we're not going to fish up this last thing. There's one more. We're going to go south out of here. Actually, it looks like this turns around. No, this goes here. No, there's just 2 entrances to this market. Okay. There's all kinds of stuff to do here. There's 3 to fish up, but we'll start in here. Didn't work on Tropius. All right, use this. Mm-hmm. I just spent like 3 hours doing 5 checks in Power Wash Simulator. I clearly do not care about my check density. Nah, we're not going to ever use rest. Sorry, Sailor Dwayne. I look like a man who cares about check density. Got bad news for you. Jirachi? Wasn't very effective. It only killed him in 1 hit. All right, Tiny Tuber. He's got Ampharos. This guy looks like a real Ahyuk. You know what I mean? Earthquake him. Dead. Now will this guy fight me? No, he just gives me Time Stopper for Mega Man 2. All right, Rogue Blaze will enjoy that. So there's something on this raft. And there's something under this. There it is. It was a Gorsh. This is more of a Gorsh. Gorsh. Gyarados. This game's fun. I'm enjoying it. Kill him. Gonna use Tauros. Oh, we gotta do some Tauros on Tauros violence. We intimidated each other. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. Horn attack him. Hey, enjoy your magic wand that I just sent you, Buttface. Dirty socks. Okay, Razanier will enjoy dirty socks. Feraligator. I'm gonna earthquake him. It's what he deserves. The Alucard shield. There's a thing here. Oh, it's a person. I found a person back here. Muck. Jump bluff. Well, he's jumping, so I can't earthquake him, so I guess we'll do this. Ooh, that's a good item, actually. I would enjoy that if I was playing Smurfbound. I sent you so many full traps, Buttface. So many. I didn't send the full trap that I had control over. There's one in my shop for 300 muns. I did not buy it, and I'm not going to. So... just know that it could have been one more full trap, and I decided not to buy it because I'm a real friend. Sea Lily's Bell. Oh, you sent that. Okay. I sent Rogue Blaze 2 of his Link's Awakening instruments, and I've been like on the alert to see if I can send a third one. Dusclops. He looks like a man who wants to get earthquaked. No, I don't like this one at all. This one can just... Nope. There was nothing good about that. All right, that's all the checks here, but I can do 3 fishing Pokemon. It's Hoots! Oh, dude, we gotta take Hoots. We can't leave Hoots out. We gotta put Hoots on the team. It's a good day. It's a good day when a man finds Hoots out in the wild. Fishing him up off the beach. Hoots, what are you doing, bud? We'll name him Hoots. I gotta go put Hoots in the party. We gotta do that right now. Then we gotta go back and fish a little more. These guys are all lined up for some reason. I don't know about that. We'll get rid of whatever the hell this is. Hoots! It's my boy. Alright, this Tauros is leveled enough. Here, we'll do this. To keep this Tauros leveling, we'll go ahead and make him our main dude. Fantastic. We got 2 more to fish down here. Buttface, you gotta cool with the pots, man. I'm trying to fish here. It's Hoots again. It's Hoots again. This is the ocean of Hoots. I've already got this, but it's on the list, so done. All right, I'm going to fish one more time here before moving on. All right, so we're done fishing here. There's still a Pokemon here we haven't seen, but we can get it later if we have to. We're not going to use that. All right. It looks like there's not another exit out of this town. So we're going back the way we came. This is our south dead end, it looks like. And then back up here, we got to take the cycle road. Back up. No, we don't. We go out this way. Oh, I can't. So we got to take the cycle road all the way up and around and go out to the left is what we need to do. Oh, it's so hard to control for no reason. How many encounters are still here? 2. So there's space in my heart for 2 encounters we haven't seen. We've seen this guy. Got horny with it. Mill tank. It's utterly obnoxious. No, use a ball. We're down to 1 more encounter here. Cool. Already got this. It's not very effective. It just killed him. Don't worry about it. Alright, so we got this way now. Route 103. Oh, we've been here from below, it looks like. This is a new path. Interesting. Okay. I get what they were doing there. Like, I understand the reference, but I'm not down with Zangoose, sorry. Burn him! Dead. Puzzle just dropped. New pieces, who dis? This sword has got to connect to something we got. It's just gotta. Looks like it could fit, the sword part of it could fit there, but... What's this other piece we've got? I sent pages 4 and 5 to my own tunic. Oh boy. Oh, right here. Boom. Wonderful. Buttface, do you recognize the scene? Or Like, after all we've been through together? Do you know what you're looking at here? Get rid of Scary Face and get Slash out there. Reference to the knife cat meme? I don't even know what that is. Children. We destroy children. I have a bracer. I don't even know what that is. What does a bracer do, Buttface? Do I want that? Is bracer also a reference to a knife cat meme? Powder melon seeds. Those sound explosive. Nope, don't need it. It's Garbo. Hell yeah. There's another cave opening here that's not open yet. So we've hit a dead end in this direction as well. Oh man, I gotta beat up this guy's level 5 Furret. That feels bad. That just feels bad. Like what compelled him? Here, if you want to see how a Furret works, I'll show you how a Furret works. We do want to get wing attack. We don't need wing attack and gusts, I don't think. Alright, so there's a cave here, but it's not open yet. And we've already fished everything out of here from another direction. Alright, so we're done here. So I have to go back through this again. There's one more land encounter here we're looking for, so we might get it on the way back. I don't have my Holy Cross yet. That's going to be like a world tour that opens up 1,000,000 checks. But not unlocked yet. Not very effective. Well, it didn't kill him in one hit, so I will agree with that. All right, so now we backtrack out of this town because we've gone every other direction. No? This is Mobile City. Oh, I have a green opening here. Apparently this person wants to give me something now. Ah, because I bought the Harbor Mail. Great. And then we go north out of here in the new direction. This is a big map, dude. Looks like I can't reach most of it. We have fishing encounters here, but no grass encounters. Okay. Dododio. I haven't done anything with fuses yet, also, because I don't think I can pray. Pray and Magic Cross are things you have to gain out of the pool, right? Because none of the praying and Magic Cross stuff is green on my tracker yet. I did come from Mauville. Marowak. I wonder if I can tackle him to death. Oh, not really. Not quite. How about a horny attack? Be better at boning, bone monster. Hurrah. No, my prey and cross are just in the... I'm not doing Questigons. I'm just doing the three... The red, green, and blue. And I've posted hints for 2 of them, but I forget which 2. And who knows where the 3rd one is. Slow King. I want to burn Slow King. Like that. Shift Tree. Yeah, that one doesn't... Like, its hands or whatever. His hands are plants. They think they're going to impress me with their level 15 Pokemon? I mean, how come I'm the only Pokemon trainer in the world that understands that, like, leveling up your Pokemon is a good strategy? Everybody else is running around with these, like, level 15 nobodies. What does Feather Dance do? Nah, I'm good on that. So, this whole family needed to battle me. I got a second Questagon there for a different tunic. Fair enough. That's everything on this screen. No, not quite, because I can do... I can fish. I can fish for Lettyba. What? This is a very confused one. Like this... I don't even know what I'm looking at. Oh, I didn't mean to give you... Your nickname's just A. Sorry. Alright, let's give this one more try. It's okay, this is the last fish encounter here, but we've already got this one. Great. Oh, Magic Pixel on that Mantine. Good old Hoots. Hell yeah. Alright. So there's a building here, but there's nothing for me in the building. But so I should be able to go this way. Then yeah, we've got this guy. Looks like I can't go into the desert. Oh, everything in the desert's red. I don't have Team Butt Yuck's permission to go into the desert or whatever nonsense. I'm not sure what's going to prevent me from walking into the desert, but I'm going to find out. Not very effective. Worked in the end. Vicious sandstorm, keeping me from going that direction. Cool beans, Daddy. Alright, so we're going this direction then. Now there is green stuff up there. Why? We must be able to come around from the other direction to get to the north of the desert area. Route 112, we have 2 grass encounters to look out for here. And it looks like there's a zip line or something. Lunatone. Is it like a moon bird? That moon has a beak. Cool. We burned the nose, creature. I can't escape now. I was quaking in my boots. I was thinking about it. Alright, so let's see about these 2 land encounters. Sudowoodo! We gotta catch this guy. Another pseudo. We're going to give it one more try after this guy. It's another Sudowoodo. Rampage for 2 to 3 turns. Yeah, you know what? Let's get that instead of Rage. That sounds fun. Then I can get here from the other direction, I guess? The other side of this is green, but I'm not sure. There's like a forest exit over there. I'm not sure how this world connects up. Thrash, that's fine. And you mud slap this thing. Thresh seems fun. So this cave is... I can't do anything in this cave yet. I can't even pass through it? This is going to be a rock pushing cave, so we need strength here. Actually, I think I can pass through that. I'm going to try in a minute here. I remember this thing, a bunch of these exploded on me last session. I got a basement key. Interesting. I don't know whose basement that unlocks. Send out another Vlad relic. Oorah. Alright, so I wonder if I can get through here. Fiery path. Yeah, I can't push that without strength, but there's an exit up here. That is the top side of this. Okay, cool. So this is where I wanted to be. There's a Questagon from your boy. And then this probably puts me onto the other side of the desert, which is why that stuff was green. I'm going to step away for just 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Oh, we were going to murder this Flareon, huh? This was a trainer, right? Yeah, this was not a grass fight. We're fighting a trainer. Clefable? I missed. I didn't miss. Haha. We'll take one more swing at this land encounter before we leave this map. Dude, did you just send me the invisible boatmobile? Great. I have the invisible boatmobile now. I love it. It's another one of these guys. It's always these guys. It's the only guy. And yeah, now we're back up at the top here. Can't get in the desert. That makes sense. Okay, so there's you. Cool trainer Wilton. All right, cool trainer. It's gonna send out Mewtwo. I'm gonna headbutt Mewtwo. Blossom? No, we burn Blossom. I need to switch you out because you're running out of PPs. Progressive Raccoon. That just sounds wrong. Why does it think I can get up here? Is there another path that comes up here? I've got a green check on the other side of that. And it looks like it connects to this. Interesting. I can't bike up there, can I? Oh, totally can. Great. Yeah, the bike in Shields can, like, go up some walls. Yeah, that bike is powered by Skyrims. Found a nugget. That's my nugget. All right, so we got that guy. Shuffle trap. That sounds awful. Cool Trainer Brooke. This is the coolest one she's got, huh? I'm gonna mud slap it. Didn't care about that. Oh, that seems pretty good. Fire Blast seems good. We'll get rid of this. I can raise all my stats with Ancient Power if I want to raise my stats. I'm going to burn this Celebi. Jar of deli sauce. There's a deli bird in this game. Is that where the deli sauce came from? Route 113. Oh, this is a totally new route. There's no fishing here, but there's 3 grass encounters. Okay. Ooh, how do I get over there? Oh, he jumped down from above. I see. That is an encounter in this game. I am prepared to say no more at this time. Smeargle. Ninja Boy Lung. All right, Ninja Boy. Oh, right, it's flying, obviously. Sorry for the critical hit there, bud. Golduck. Good. There's a hidden item. All these trainers just hiding in the trees back. What are you doing? What are you doing? Almost out of headbutt. I fell asleep. Fine. I burn you then. Good. All right, so now we're going this way. So this is the other encounter here. So we got both encounters from this map. Oh, there's one more. There's 3. Ooh, somebody got Metal Man access codes. That's exciting. Okay. I must destroy these children and then double back up and around. You know what? Thrash. There's something in the tree on the other side of this curve here. Says it's a green check. Oh my god, that's not in the tree. That's my That's the square that tracks my encounters on the edge of the map. There's nothing up there. I'm looking at ghosts. And here's my last map encounter. Cool. So we cleared this one out. Working on box 3. There's a fairy for the butt man. There's a boomerang for the rogue man. All right, moving through here. Cool. Magmar. Well, I'm not hitting him with this stuff. Oh, Fur's asleep. He woke up finally. All right, it's time for Hoots to see some action. Yup. We love Hoots. Okay, welcome to the jungle. We like fun and games. Up here is a hidden item. Beautifly. Burn him. Great. Speaking of a great ball, there's a great ball. 'Twas a nugget. All right, get this guy. I like agility, don't I? Yeah, psychic. Oh no, it boosts speed. That's not what I thought it was. I'd rather have sand attack, I think. Did I miss a check over here? I think I missed a check back behind me. We're going to double back real quick. Yeah, up here. Past the twins. Should be right up where I'm at now. No, it's not. No, it's down here by the sign. Raz would have never forgiven me if I hadn't gotten that. And then there's you. And that should be it for this route. Fowlerbore Town. There's only one thing to get, and it's in this crater. And I guess I can leave here. Saving hasn't happened in a minute. Oh god, this is a big area. Okay. We've got grass. 5 grass encounters, 3 fishing encounters here. But first we'll go in here. Why is there a hole in your house? Okay, there's a cave opening back there, but it's not open yet. I'm gonna fish with this guy, I think, after I beat him up. I just noticed that they're using Pokeballs for lure, these fishermen guys. That's funny. It's a shift tree. If I do more runs of this, I should commit to doing a run where I only use really stupid looking Pokemon. And this one would be the winner. It's another shift tree. It's another... I'm going to do one more after this. These shift trees are just everywhere. Hey, that's a new one. Masquerain. The eyeball Pokemon? Okay. All right, let's fish one more time. Just for the for the ice trap. Just for the lucky 3 for 3. And we got it. Nice. There's just one called Golem. We need a punny name for the Circle Rock guy. Man, we wrote 4,000 puns today. If I write one more pun, I'm gonna die. Just call him Golem. The Megaton Pokemon. Meat. I guess we're just slashing this one because it's already on fire. Great. There's somebody out here on the bridge. Tangela. This is a Pokemon that can get you in trouble. Okay, so we can go up this way for a hidden item. Mage's Staff. Okay, you might want that. There are 5 grass encounter here. No thanks. Ridiculous and troubling. I don't know what they were thinking. It's Rapidash. Everybody loves Rapidash. Rapidash is a horsey. Yeah, if we were going to use Rapidash, we'd name it Pony Times, but we're not going to. Great. Great. How do I get over there? I was expecting maybe a door out of the side of the house. Maybe I can go behind the house. That seems sensible. Shuppet. I don't know that I trust Shuppet. Hey. Hey, it's the deli bird. We finally have a deli bird of our very own. Salamence? That sounds like a salamander, which is an on-fire thing, so I'm gonna get water. That's the secret to this game, is... I'm less confident now. I mean, it still worked, kind of. That rock has something in it, and then that little boy has something for me. Hey, it's another one. We're doing well on the grass encounters here. There's only one more. Oofoo foo foo foo. Don't like that. Now, Pokemaniac Steve, sorry, bud, but you're my least favorite NPC in the game. Them are my puzzle pieces. We break for puzzle pieces in this house. So we're coming down the side up here. This has a hand on it and some sword. There we go. Looking good. Those are not my puzzle pieces. They go to somewhere else. Alright, I think I'm done beating up on Rapidash at this point. So this gets me 1 check. All right, let me look at this map here. So there's a cave up there, but it's not open yet. So we want to... I can break those, but I don't know why I would. Executor. More like flamethrower your face. I'm tired. Haven't used you in a minute. Cool. There we go. That's what I wanted. Fiber seeds. Like, I don't know who I want to use against his Zapdos. Tauros, I guess. Hasn't been out in a second. Go out and get some action, bud. Send out your horny attack. Is this the last? Yeah, this is the last. I could have just gone around. Oh, no, I can't. Oh, it looks like I can, but the... Yeah, the graphics here are not great to convey that there's a cliff here, but there's totally a cliff there. All right, that's all for this map. And then this, I think, will loop me back around to... elsewhere. There's 2 cave encounters in here. Oh, and there's fishing encounters. 3 fishing encounters. Can I fish from this bridge? No. It's not my puzzle, though. Hey, it's Squirtle. Guys, I found Squirtle. He lives in a cave now. All right, that was just a neat little event that we got to see. So we got both of the encounters in here. Nice. Okay, so up here is a check. Then it looks like we just leave this area. No, we haven't fished yet. Vileplume. Oh, he likes bottle rockets, I'm pretty sure. It's this thing again. I don't have this. We'll see if we can go 3 for 3 here. This is the tiny bird Pokemon. Cool. We'll give it one more throw after this. Nope. Alright, so there's one more to fish up in here if we want to come back later. Now I'm back here. Yes, this makes sense. I have one more to fish here. Why is this square blue? She gives me a hint. Maybe I'll go look at the hint. Hold on a second. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing and now 8 windows are opening in every direction. Jigsaw pieces just dropped. Love that for me. Oh, looks like we're up here, right? Yeah. Destel got Odin. Nice. This is going to be part of the table. Looks doesn't really fit with any part of the table that we've got, though. Right here. Boom. Was this a... This was a trainer. Oh, I found the oppressor. I'm actually running low on Pokeballs. I'm down to like 20. Put you back out front. Horny attack. Love it. So where's the other half of this map that I'm on now? I guess it's all red. There's nothing there for me, but... Look at... It's this thing again! It must burn. Thank goodness. Gonna send out Butterfree, huh? Great. Aha. And what's this, then? So I can jump down here. It's a one-way jump. And we've come full circle, but I still don't know what this is. And we're back to the city where we started today. So if I look at my map... Yeah, we did the full circuit. Oh, wait. There's something... There's Mount Chimney. What is Mount Chimney? Cities, houses... Hold on, I gotta figure this out. There's a bunch of Team Magma grunts in Mount Chimney. I gotta figure out how to get there. It's connected to a bunch of red areas. Route 112. Oh, I can get into the fiery path. There's encounters there. I didn't see any, but there's 5 encounters there. Mount Chimney. I see. How do we get to Mount Chimney? Yeah, there's some red stuff there too. That's weird. Something that somebody... Okay, when I was here earlier, this was red, but now it's green. So either something I did or something that somebody sent me opened up the cable car in Mount Chimney. Okay. So because I can't go back around that way, I've got to go this way. Well, here, let's find the Poké Center here. There's no sense leaving town with fewer than all of my PPP. So I think we go up this way. That's a dead end. I think we go up this way. Yeah, through this tunnel. There. How many landing counters? We're looking for 2 still. Might get lucky. We did not. We've already got this. We don't need any encounters here. So we head out here. Make sure I understand where I'm going. Verandurf through Route 117 to Mauville, then north. Cool. All this is done. This is where we need to be. So first things first, though, I need to go in this cave and get some encounters. I didn't realize you could get encounters in this cave. We ran through it twice and didn't see anything. Okay, so one is a Sunkern. There are 6 encounters here. Houndor. A dagger strap. It's this thing again. Kangaskhan. Khan. Oh, I didn't mean to nickname it. Your nickname is just B. B is in box 3. Don't forget that, guys. B is in box 3. West Furnace Fuse. Hopefully that gives you more checks in the tunic you're playing right now. Buttface. Tylo. Alright, I think we're going to bail on this place. After this encounter. There's 2 more encounters to get here, but I don't want to be here forever. We got to come back later to get chests anyway. So this is now open. I don't know what opened it or why, but... Funicular! They're blocking the exit. We're just dogfighting everywhere. I stole that girl's popsicle. That's funny. Oh, this thing should burn nice. This thing should... I'm out of fire! Oh, fine. Earthquake it. It was effective enough. Gosh darn it. Here, we'll burn Jirachi. We're gonna Hoots Clefable. This guy's got a lot of monsters. Because they're the admin, I guess. I'm just gonna earthquake all this guy's stuff. It's this thing again. It hurts on the inside. Ho-Oh. Well, okay, I better water Ho-Oh, I think. Ho-Oh's like a phoenix. Kind of. A goofy phoenix. Is Surf more powerful? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, a bunch of checks turned green now. I bet if I leave and come back, these Team Magma dudes will clear out. And a bunch of new NPCs to fight will be up here. That's my guess. I'm not going to try whatever that is. Oh, this is all open now. Oh my gosh, I opened so much. There's still nobody here. Like a bunch of beauties are supposed to be up here. They're green. Maybe if there's another, like, plot event I've got to trigger down here first. I got a lava cookie. That's cool. There's 3 grass encounters on this. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Shoot. All right, let's just bail on this map. Let's pretend like I didn't screw that up. Where does this put me? Well, there's a Poke Center here. There's a gym here we gotta finish. Now she's gonna need left slash. Probably the fire gym. Oh, it's a teleporter maze. Oh boy. Teleporter mazes are always fun, man. The tracker has it clearly labeled though, so I can't get lost. That's pretty cool. Okay, so that was the wrong way, clearly. Oh, there's 2 floors. Okay. I need to go in D or E to get to another encounter. Blastoise. He likes earthquakes, right? Yeah, I see where D is. I gotta take D. Okay, he's gonna need that. Cool Trainer Gerald. This guy's weak to fire, so I feel bad for him because I've got Fire Blast. So we go in this one. This is D. There's one check here. Then we go in E, and that leads to another check, and then I think it goes to the boss. Arcanine. I preferred Arca 8. So we need to find J. So I'm going to jump in F, and I'm thinking it's F. We've kind of been going in alphabetical order, so I'm assuming O is far too late. And then G, H, and then here's J. Leader Flannery sent out Tentacruel. Okay, so the fire gym has an octopus lady. Great. How about this? No, we're not going to use rest. Forget that. What is it, a ghost? That's weird. it's dead now, whatever it is. Heck yeah. Oh, it's this friggin' guy again. Oh, he's just biking on out of here. Gotcha. Why is there a yellow square in the hot tub? Hidden item in springs. How do I get back there? Through the Poke Center. All right. I can't do anything on this map. No, this is good. This is where I want to be. Okay, we're not... I didn't screw up as bad as I thought. We get this. We go back up to the funicular. We head on up the way. Do we have beauties here yet? Yes. Okay, so we got all new NPCs here. Great. A bean bun. Seemed effective enough to me. Stantler. Apparently Stantler's intimidating. Okay, so all these NPCs are done now. Oh, Raz is working on a puzzle now. Alright, so this time don't jump down the mountain like an idiot. Because you can't get back up that direction. So there's this guy. Okay. So we hop down here, and then here. Secret item. How many encounters? There's 3 grass encounters here. Okay, let's take this one. I've already got a Clefable. If we go all the way down to the bottom, we can't get into the grass anymore without going around again. Let's take one more. Let's take one until we don't see a Clefable. How about that? Whoa, Buffett. We've got this guy. Prevents it. You should let me go, bud. You should let me leave you here. You could have avoided all of this. All right, so we hop down there. Hop down there. There's this guy. Counters the foe's attack with the same move. That could be fun. Instead of quick attack. Maybe we'll use that at some point. Huntail. I don't know what a Huntail is. Have we seen a Huntail yet? Alright. I've seen one now. Oh no, it's this thing again. You know what? Leave Charizard out. Burn it. Burn it with fire. Hold on, I can't stand looking at this thing. I need to go work the jigsaw for a second. There we go. This looks like it's part of your leg. And so it is. Burn it! Okay, now I go around this way and get this ball. Then I can hop down here and these 2 kids want to fight. Great. Okay, and then I jump down twice. Then over here, secret item. And then we're at the bottom. This is the last guy. Good. This is all cleared out. There is still an encounter to look for here in some future time and place. And that brings us back to the town. Okay, hopefully that didn't trigger some plot event that turned a lot of more stuff green. Before I take a look at the tracker, let's save, which we haven't done in a minute. Nothing else is green on the tracker. Anywhere. Some encounters are green, but we're going to worry about those later if we have to. Cool. So we just need more progression in Pokemon. This is as far as it can go for now. I'm going to run D&D tomorrow. And then maybe, depends on what I get sent. Let's take a look at the tracker, see if anything's waiting in my other games. In Final Fantasy, I don't see anything exciting. In Tunic, that bracer. I got some more ladders. I don't know what they mean, though. Necessarily. A sword up. Oh, I got 3 sword upgrades. Cool. Here, let me do this. I need to save this tracker. Open my Tunic tracker. Let me see what I've got. The bottom of the quarry turned green, but everything else looks pretty... There's one check. Yeah, ladder in South Atoll. So I got one check there. And then it looks like I can clear out the bottom of the quarry. So I got that tomorrow. I know I've got the invisible boat car tomorrow. And then we may or may not have more Pokemon stuff, depending on what people send us. Alright. If I feel like streaming tomorrow night, I'll hop on and do some stuff. If I don't, I'll be back on Monday with this. In any event, I'll be on Salute to Flump tomorrow, running D&D, the finale dungeon of our 7th campaign. It's going to do it for me tonight. I want to thank everybody for watching. Peace out. Sleep well.